Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the creations of Gildmoor. It's been a hot fucking second. Say hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, fantastic.
Hola.
Everyone's
Hello.
characters are moving the way they should be.
It's almost as if we totally prepared before the stream.
And I wasn't
Yeah,
taking
we were
a chance
totally prepared.
on the fact that it
Oh,
wasn't
what's
going
the
to work.
fun in that?
No gambling whatsoever.
Before we start, I do want to draw some attention to something really cool that's new on the stream, and that's the cool art pieces that Wild did for all of your guys' characters. They're up on the stream. I don't know if you can see it. It'll shift through so you guys can, refer to the characters if need be. But yeah,
Good.
They look awesome.
they look really fucking cool. Like, I'm really stoked about it. It looks awesome. Without further ado,
We got our mugshots. Mugshots to the public.
yeah, the mugshots are out. They're perfect. Exactly the way that they should be. Without further ado, though, I'm gonna bring it back. This is gonna be a bit of a long recap. So, strap yourselves in because I'm gonna go through all of the plot that I know you guys don't remember from the last arc.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, if you need to take notes, now would be the time to do so. If you haven't been doing it already. Okay.
Absolutely not.
Whew. Alright, let's set the scene in. Here we go. As we bring our worlds back to the continent of Gildmoor on the vast planet of Azaria, we're zooming in on an adventuring troupe that has quickly gone from strangers to allies in a very short amount of time. Your companions, Rhett, the charming gun wielder, Cecilia, the refined and noble wizard, Viz, the sensible yet silly reporter, Nev, the erratic artificer, Coraline, the cowgirl, Aurora, the quiet sword swinger, and Mirabelle, the shady, if not honest, assassin, met after being accused of the unthinkable, possibly being suspects for the shocking murder of 2 Ashidonian nobles, the Covingtons, at the ball that you were all attending for your own personal reasons. While it was quickly discerned that you were not responsible, you do discover that the poison responsible for the deaths of the nobles carries a strange trace of the substance called nithine, an alchemical property that is used to power skyships and create a lot of the magical aspects that make Gildmoor Gildmoor. But in an even more terrifying turn of events, the small but growing worry begins to form that somehow the substance is not just used to harm, but can also stunt magic within arcane wielders, something that it had not been able to do before. The discovery pulled all of you together into a whirlwind of events, from tracking down a black market trader named Jarvis that Viz and Nev had dealt with before, to traveling to a small town to kill a beast, a Wendigo, that had been ravishing it, also affected by this strange material. The group of you started to realize that perhaps this assassination was barely a prick in the wider scale of a more dangerous mission, as you discovered that it's not just the material and the alchemical properties of nithine, but that it had been altered in some alchemical way into something much worse, a substance called antinithine. Through contacts that you've made along the way, such as Sketchy Artificer, you've learned that this antinithine slowly saps away magic, something that has been affecting them personally, and the use of this substance could very well mean the end of Gildmoor and the end of the magical age of innovation if put in the wrong hands. This is really bad news, and it's something that scared a lot of you, so it became a journey to track down the assassin who used nithine against the Ashidonian nobility and hopefully get it out of their hands. The group of you, alongside the nobles Lady Ginny and Lady Bridget, who requested a ride to Westover for their own needs, headed to the floating metropolis looking for answers. The journey was fraught with peril and drama, included a terrifying encounter with the infamous Naijan the Molten Queen, a red dragon who you managed to subdue with, let's say offerings. Wasn't quite offerings, but regardless, you subdued her. As well as a terrifying flying goose and a group of Akenthi that you managed to deal with, including keeping one as a new friend of Viz, who you called Jeff. Along the way, you realized you'd attracted a stowaway, which turned out to be a dangerous and volatile associate of the Hilt, a follower of the Hollow God, the Mutilator, who had been taking responsibility for many murders around Gildmoor. Having dealt with Mirabelle before, her trust was questioned, and the stowaway Clothy revealed her desire to take down the Allery Syndicate, a group of dangerous thieves and thugs that roam the underbelly of Gildmoor. You let Clothy go, wondering what exactly all this ties in together with the poison, and continued your journey as you arrived in Westover. From there, you tried to gather information before realizing that this kind might cost you dearly. You attempted to go to Cloudcrest Observatory to gain more insight on nithine, before arriving to find the place in ruins and being stalked by a terrifying green abomination that none of you had ever heard of, who had murdered almost everybody inside. This left you resorting to tracking down nithine shipments from the source, alongside Sketch, who had been monitoring them for some time. The shipment leads to a warehouse with a strange glowing portal that seems to pull at Aurora. You decide to enter, finding yourselves in the barracks of a massive fortress, who knows where. After some sneaking around, you discover an office that holds a meeting with several figures. One Mirabelle recognizes as Sickle from the Allery Syndicate, and one that becomes recognizable as the Hilt through the conversation. You listen in on the argument as the Hilt berates Sickle for not keeping better tabs on an individual they call the Mad One. Their disagreement ends in bloodshed that is quickly resolved as Sickle backs off, leaving with his guards. Cecilia sends her familiar Reginald to follow them, and she catches bits of a conversation that suggests there's even more to this scheme, and that the Syndicate and the Hilt are working with something Sickle calls the Riznodon. Your troop attempted to sneak around the Hilt, but Mirabelle was inevitably caught, and the Hilt forced your group to reveal themselves. Bloodshed between the two parties was halted thanks to Rhett's quick thinking, taking a chance on mentioning the name of their ally, Lady Jenny Aston, who you all knew in some way had a history with the Hilt. With a pause that felt like a lifetime, the Hilt then told you to get inside, and the group of you entered her chambers. The Hilt, after listening to an explanation of your travels, reveals themselves to be an imposter. They turn and show you a tattoo on the back of their neck, one proving that she was not a servant of the Mutilator, but rather a champion of the Lawbearer in secret. Lady Flora Montcroy, heir to House Montcroy and noble huntress of the East. So, with all that being said, you and your compatriots gather together around Lady Flora Montcroy, taking a breath in the tense silence of this newfound discovery. Sketch is still unconscious from attempting to cast a spell in the arms of Cecilia and Viz, dragged into the office and stuck in the office of a great enemy in the middle of a fortress that you have no idea where you are. That being said, what are you all doing?
What the fuck is up with all these rich people doing all these schemes and shit? I swear to fuck, you guys have comfortable lives. You don't gotta do shit, and you decide to go be a fucking crazy ass hero. What? And then pulls out her flask and takes a drink.
Flora.
Excuse her.
He's
Right
a
out the
little bit
fucking
on
gate.
edge, I think.
Flora kind of looks a bit taken aback by this. She acknowledges you all with a little bit of a tilt in her gaze. And you see this strange sense of, like, it's weird, it almost feels like sympathy. But it doesn't, it's sympathy, it's also pity. It's hard to kind of gauge, it's really hard to gauge her pretty monotone facial expressions in general. Right. I understand that perhaps I'm not exactly who you were hoping to find here, but regardless, you are in the presence of an ally. So, let's make this fast, shall we? Before I'm caught. And, you know, all this very careful planning and executing that I've been doing for the past several months goes to waste.
That is fair.
Cecilia would like... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I wasn't gonna say anything.
Cecilia will, with Viz, put Sketch down on the ground. Because
Just put her
she's not
just
strong.
shove her in a chair.
Yeah, they're on a chair.
We can never
And then-
Speaking at Bernie's dumpster.
Yeah, very much.
Just been winking into that
and is
burning
going
the whole
to-
time, just over the shoulder.
Absolutely.
She's
That's
just
what we've
drunk,
been doing,
guys.
yeah.
We're all good.
Yeah. Where are we?
A very good question. One I wish I had an answer for you.
Lovely.
You
Great
don't know
news.
either.
The fuck?
Look. A lot of care and planning has been taken into consideration to make sure that nobody from the outside world knows this place exists. The only ways in and out of this fortress are through the portals that you pass through. So, I have my guesses. The mountains somewhere, maybe on the west side of Gildmoor. We could be as far north as Moclesia, but it hasn't quite been cold enough for that. So, I'm assuming south.
When she says the portals, Aurora kind of looks at her and goes, "These portals, how are they just your regular magical portals, or are they a little different? I noticed there were stars in the one that we went through.
The portals were not always here. At one point, we were passing through much more complicated means. They came shortly after the final foundation and building of the annex chamber. I don't know exactly what magic it is, but it's very clear that it's difficult and hard to find, because the only aspects of the magic that are able to be used are through a device. I can't explain exactly what it does, but only very specific members, specific is so hard to say in French, only specific members of the Allery Syndicate are able to use it. So, your guess is as
Have
good
you
as mine.
seen this device?
Yes, Sickle has one. Sometimes. I don't know if he has it all the time, but Sickle does have one. It looks a bit like a rock with... It glows. I'm not trained in the arcane, unfortunately.
Can I make an Arcana check?
And while she says that, does any of this sound familiar to Aurora? While Nev does the check.
Nev, make yours with disadvantage.
Oh, come.
But I will allow... The odds of you having heard of this are so slim.
Well, guess
Aurora,
what?
you
I
can
rolled
make...
a 15 and a 13, so a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. You take a moment, you think over. There are devices that teleport, and there are, magical items that can take a person to a different location across, Azaria, the plains, etc. You think that maybe this could be some kind of arcane gate? A condensed teleportation circle? You're not sure. The thing that keeps throwing you is... There are several things it could be, but the thing that keeps throwing you about this is the stars. Like that milky, almost condensed galaxy. It throws you off.
Are you sure you saw real stars, or were you just hallucinating? I'm looking at Aurora.
I know I saw stars.
You all saw
Yeah,
this.
you were starting to say?
Yeah, you all saw
we
it.
all
So
saw it?
it's a given
Okay, never
that there
mind.
was some kind of
You never know what Nev
astronomical
saw.
aspect. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Maybe you weren't
But,
paying attention, but Aurora for sure saw it.
Nev's got shit perception anyway, so...
Yeah. But, so yeah, and what were we gonna say about for Aurora, like, if she's heard about this, or if she's ever... It's like, does this remind her of anything, or like, when she had her dream?
This is not an intelligence check. Make a charisma check. Just a straight roll, add your charisma modifier.
Oh, that's a big... Oh god, not me! That's a 12 minus 1, 11.
12 minus 1 for an 11. Okay. It's strange. You don't know what it is, but something about it feels familiar. And you feel like you maybe have done this before. But
That I've used one of these devices before.
yeah, perhaps before the eradication of your memory. But that specific or anything about that fades as quickly as it comes.
Okay. Aurora kind of frowns for a moment and she goes, I don't know why, but this device, it sounds familiar. I can't speak much of it, but I get the sense I've seen these things before. Perhaps used one? I'm not sure.
That is very... Cecilia's like looking at Aurora with just like these like wide eyes of like wonder. Because like... Yeah, she just is. And it's just... That is very interesting. We should figure out how you know that at a different time. And then she's going to turn to... Flora. I'm sorry, did you call it the annex?
The annex chamber.
Is that what this is?
No. The actual fortress is called... Again, hard word to say in French. Why did I pick this word for this particular character reveal? The fortress is called Gildmoor. Kurdahn. I didn't name it. But I know that somewhere... So essentially how it works is the entire facility is built into something. A mountain, perhaps a landmass somewhere. And there's no entrances or exits in or out. The only places you can go are this main area with the barracks, the training hall, and then down through the annex tunnel, which eventually leads out into the annex chamber. But again, the hilt is very much a person who's supposed to just do what they are told. A hired sword hand, a mercenary. They keep me close because I'm useful. They don't trust me with the details. All of them, anyway.
A quick question, because I know it's been a hot minute. When I think Cecilia was like, you had I almost said Raphael, not Reginald. Like you had Reginald.
Yes.
Listening in
What's
on
Reginald doing? I'm gonna hold who's ever next to me, and I'm gonna put my consciousness back in Reginald.
I'm almost positive that Reginald was in danger of being caught, so you sent him back.
Okay, then yeah, he's on his way back. I vaguely remember
He had
that.
gone pretty far along, and what you're hearing, based on what the hilt is telling you, it makes sense if the only place to go is through the annex tunnels, she called them, and then into something called the annex chamber. Sickle seemed to be going that way. So, that could be an indication that there's something else down there.
Okay. You don't know what they do in the annex chamber?
I know the gist of it. It's where they do most of their planning, for starters, but it's strange. There's been so much of it that the ground team has been left out of. This... Whatever is going on here, whatever the Syndicate is planning, they're not working alone. And I have a feeling that down there is the missing piece to this puzzle. But again, I'm not trusted to go down there yet. That's why I've been working to build that trust.
Does the Risnadon mean anything to you?
Let me roll. Let me look at her abilities here. She's not proficient in history. Risnadon. She sits there and goes, I've never heard of that. Aurora. You don't know what this is, but the word you know, because the word is in GIF. Risnadon is could loosely be translated to shadow and storm. If you put it together the way that it seems to be spelled out, Risnadon, with like an apostrophe somewhere in the middle, you can tell just by the click and the sound of the language. There is a very good chance that with the apostrophe, this is a proper noun, or meant to signify a proper noun. So it would translate in full to the shadowed storm.
Okay. Aurora, she like almost kind of has this like sudden taken aback, and like actually takes like a momentary step back. I don't know if anyone's behind her or next to her. It's Gith. It translates to the shadowed storm. Risnadon.
Make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh God.
I can't help.
I think this will be
Aurora's
okay.
brain- Aurora's
An intelligence
brain is
saving throw.
Yeah, DC 18.
19 plus 3.
19 plus 3. Similarly to the experiences you've had where memories come back to you in small flashes, you feel yourself standing back aboard that ship that you had seen in your dream not that long ago. You get flashes back to, it's not even images as much as it is just motions. A slash from a rapier coming at you that you deflect. There is running down a hallway and you can hear people chasing you. There's also, it's strange, there's a table in front of you and you're in like what seems to almost be a sterile white chamber with a series of long tables and chairs. Faces that don't quite make faces, but seem eager and earnest with the phrase Shadowed Storm, Riznidan, over and over. Based on those memory flashes, you wonder if this is your first time having a run-in with Riznidan and what that might mean.
Okay. Aurora is kind of like, does she have like the nosebleed effect that she's had before, or it's not that strong?
No, it's not that strong. You passed the saving throw.
Okay. She kind of like, she just stands there for a moment, like, kind of like deer in headlights, just like taking all this in. I know this. I don't know how, but I know this. This shadowed storm. I'm sorry, I don't have much to give, but it's familiar to me. I do not know what this connection is between me and this shadowed storm, but the Riznidan, that's Gith.
Go ahead, Cecilia.
Well, you provided us more information than we originally had, so that is useful. I have another question, but not on topic.
For me?
Yes.
Fair enough, I have plenty of questions for you.
Great. What's nithine?
I've already, you know what, it's fucking gasoline, it makes things go!
Yes, but like, what's the importance of it? Why is it being used? Does nithine have anything to do with what's going on?
It makes things do things!
Okay,
I told you this, it's kind of
Red is going to whack his tail into Neb's face.
You know what?
It's just like a little whip slash across her face.
Motherfucker!
I misspoke. Why nithine is perhaps a more apt question.
Yeah, you could have just let her finish her damn sentence, Nev.
No, not allowed.
Okay. She looks incredibly perturbed by you all and has this like strange look in her eyes that's kind of like, how are these like motherfuckers like still alive? Like it's very much like a Jesus, like how long have you been able to just like pass through like this when you're behaving this way? And kind of just like puts a hand over her chin. Well, why does any group of evildoers do anything? Why do they gather any kind of equipment to carry any kind of weapon? That's what this is being used for. Domination, power. The master plan? I don't know if there is one.
What are they specifically doing with it?
Oh, like what they're trying to do with it?
Yes.
Well, they've been collecting it for starters. They've been raiding nithine mines all over Gildmoor. Carrying the stacks with them back to here, the annex chamber, and some stores and wares in both Westover and other cities of importance. To some extent, they've infiltrated parts of the brass wrench, though not all of it. I'm pretty sure, anyway. It seems that they're using nithine as an alchemical property to modify, change. And with it, they've been able to find a way to stunt magic. If I had to garner a guess, I would say that they're looking for a way to have antinithine be used to eradicate magic. In people, places, things. In a place like Gildmoor that thrives off of magic and arcane cultivation, It's a very dangerous weapon to have. It puts a lot of positions of power onto the people who can control it.
It's a fucking bunch of naturalists. Jeez.
I wouldn't say naturalist.
Cecilia is going to get as far away from Sketch as possible, and is just going to chill on the other side of the room.
Rat was also looking back at Sketch, and by any chance, do you know if maybe they accidentally got in contact with it themselves? How they would fix that? Looking at Sketch, looking back, looking at Sketch, looking back.
Oh, I assumed this was a dead body that you were carrying in because you would...
No!
Nah, they knocked themselves out. We've been carrying them around.
Oh,
this
is a friend of yours.
We were trying to stay invisible, and they were the one who casted it on, and now they're like this.
Okay.
In fact, it was their idea to come here.
Yeah, so they're kind of, the ringleader.
Yeah, fucking idiot.
Okay, you know what? Let's start over. Who are you? Let's start with that. Who are you people? And why are you here?
Do you want the long story or the short one?
We are running on borrowed time already. Make it brief. Give me your names, for starters.
Rats.
Right?
If no one else introduces them, I was going to say, Rat's going to start introducing them for her.
Aurora raised her hand. Aurora.
Okay.
Navanya, but you can call me Nev.
We can say, for all intents and purposes of
Yeah.
brevity, you go through everyone's names,
Yeah.
and she kind of just nods,
Yeah.
okay? And goes, and this one, what is...
Biz
Sketch.
grabs Sketch's hand and waves like this is Sketch.
Okay, Sketch.
I take off their glasses and I put them on.
Okay.
Alright, we're not going to do this.
You can't see shit, Nev. You put them on and you're like, Jesus. You can't see. It's like almost fully blurry.
Yeah. Oh man. These are awful. And I put them on Viz.
Oh,
Viz also can't see shit.
oh.
It would be amazing if Viz is like, you see everything so much clearer than you did before.
Yeah,
That'd be really funny if Viz needs glasses.
Yeah, I just tell you. Just pass them around and I'll tell you if you need glasses or not. Okay, so she passed out? She's just injured? I have small healing magics I could try.
Maybe the healing would work. They
Did we-
have nothing in them. So that's why they passed. That's why
Yeah.
they passed out when they cast
drank
the
it.
magic.
Well,
I
no,
don't.
they
I
didn't
don't.
drink
They
it,
did not
so-
drink it.
Well,
So, basically, they touched some antinathine, because the stupid, and now they're like this, because they overused their magic. I told them not to, but they did!
didn't they drink it at the party?
Drink it?
Well,
No.
That was poison.
No, that was the
Oh, I was
poison.
thinking of
That
something
was
else. Sorry.
poison. That was poison laced with small doses of antinathine.
Also, that was Cecilia who
but that
drank
was.
it,
But that
she's
was not.
better now.
But that
Yeah.
wasn't the reason why she's like this. She did.
No.
She was messing with like something.
You
that had
remember
it.
you remember that she had been previously experimenting with it, and that was her reason for going to the party to begin with, and that it had altered her hand slightly. There was
Oh.
like the veins on her hand had gone green, just a little bit, and the tips of her
Yeah.
fingers had also gone like a neon green.
Ooh.
So she has
Just turn
been.
off.
So she has been affected by antinathine intentionally.
Yeah?
Mentally, intentionally.
Okay.
Potentially. We don't really know.
Well, I have healing
I think
magic.
they were. If that maybe that would work.
Okay. Let me give it a try. She kneels down.
Oh god, the dice.
My first-
Oh god.
It's my first natural 20 of the whole game, and it's for
Ooh.
the whole game so far, and it's a perception check.
Sketch, you're just gonna wake up, Nev has her glasses on.
Flora leans down, and you see that there's this like faint white glow that begins to emanate from her hand. She goes to kind of just like move Sketch out of the way. She's like trying to like get access to some part of Sketch's like skin, but she's got this huge coat on, so she moves the coat aside, and as she moves the coat aside, her hand hovers over, and she turns the side of the coat up in an unusual fashion. Like, most people wouldn't, they just fold it over, but she decides to lean up. And as she does, she kind of looks, drops the coat, stands up, and just backs up.
What?
Huh?
No. I'm not healing them. And she turns and just heads to the back of the room and crosses her arms.
Inside. I'm on
Wait,
inside.
what
This.
happened? What happened?
Fucking excuse me?
No, Rhett puts his hand over Nev's mouth. Wait,
Yeah,
what did
what's
you
going on? I've been kicking them the whole time. What's going on?
I got a 22 for my insight.
22 for insight. The hilt, Flora, has seen something on Sketch that has pissed her off severely. She backs up. You see her face is twisted in anger, and she's just trying to get control of herself.
I was gonna say, Rhett's gonna, like, pull it open.
That's what I was
Aurora
gonna do.
frowns. Yeah, Aurora frowns at Flora. She doesn't say anything, but she just kind of frowns at her like, the fuck?
What
Rhett's
do you
gonna-
mean,
With
Red
one
Sea?
eye.
Yeah, I'm pulling it open.
Viz is also here.
We're all just like, what the fuck?
You pull the side of Sketch's
God, what kind
jacket
of cultist?
open.
What kind of
Just-
cultist is this bitch?
You pull the side of Sketch's jacket open, and on the inside, like right along the stitching where you would like see like the shoulder and the side of the arm connect, you see a really, really tiny pin. It's the shape of a cup, like a goblet with a U shape, and like the taller stem, and then a little circlet on the bottom, and it is gold.
Do I
I know what
recognize
this
this?
is.
Have any of us seen this
Who-
before?
Who is proficient in history?
Nope.
That is looking at this.
I
right now.
am.
You are.
Give me a second.
I have
am not
half
proficient,
proficiency.
But I
I
have
will-
+5.
I will allow.
I'm
That's your base
proficient.
intelligence, so I said that doesn't count here. I will allow Cecilia to make a history check, and I will allow Viz to make it with disadvantage for half proficiency.
Hey. Whoa. Aw. Okay, that's +2. This is like an 18. My
Okay.
first roll was a nat 20. You robbed
damn.
me.
Sorry.
19 for Cecilia.
19. Dirty 19?
Yeah.
Okay. So, it's interesting because the symbol that you actually see here is, and you recognize it, both you and Viz can recognize it right away because in of itself, it's a pin that means nothing because it's actually a crater, the zodiac sign, otherwise known as the cup, the astrological signs in Azaria, for one of the months of the year. But so on first glance, you're like, oh, it's like the equivalent of like having like a Pisces tattoo. You know what I mean? It's kind of like one of those things.
Oh,
where it's
I
like,
get it. Never mind.
Yeah, it's just like an astrological. It's like an astrological sign, and some people believe in like the mythology
Wait, Sketch
of
is a
astrology.
Pisces?
No, she's no. So it looks like the crater, which is the cup, which is an astrological sign. Cecilia, what interests you is the gold, because almost always the astrological sign crater is associated with the color pewter silver, like pewter silver. So gold seems to be like off-throwing the symbol, but it's very obviously a crater symbol. And that's commonly used on, trinkets and scrolls and mythology and, studies of these astrological signs by mystics and things like that. The silver throws you off. Or the gold throws you off, because it should be silver if it were just a cup, the crater.
It's gonna take it.
You reach down,
It's good.
pop it off, just hang on to it.
What is that?
I'm just looking at it. And I'm gonna turn it to Flora. This is what makes you angry? A pin?
Oh, so spooky. Oh.
Shuts Nev up.
It is
Slaps
not.
hand over.
It is not the actual pin itself. It is the meaning behind
I
it.
figure.
Those-
Tell me the meaning.
Those who deny history are doomed to repeat it, and any kind of history denier is too stupid to be in my presence for one thing, but incredibly
Okay.
frustrating for another.
Okay, what does
Yes.
it exactly... What history does it deny?
Yes, because you said so much, but also so little in one sentence.
People who wear those pins are part of an organization. Let me. One second. Known as the
Oh my
Queen's
god,
Crater.
Sketch is a flat earther.
Oh my god!
You know what? Not too far off, to be honest. Not too far off.
shit.
Not quite, not quite, but the
Completely get it for it.
This took an interesting turn.
A Pisces and a flat earther?
Hey,
Double
watch
Bleh.
out.
Not-
Someone's
not-
a Pisces here.
not necessarily. Not necessarily flat earther, but honestly, it's not that far off. She kind of just taps her chin and goes, well, in Tyrosa, where I'm from originally, it's it's a symbol on behalf of the late Queen Octavia. She's sometimes known as the first legendary hero. It's of important significance to the family houses in Tyrosa, because she's not just a Tyrosan legend, but a cross-continent hero. Anti-establishment, pro-mercenary, chosen hero of the Pack Mother. But she's also, supposedly, and this is the foundation of most of our beliefs, the founding matriarch of House Aston. Some would deny this Tyrosan history, an important part of the unity of the four houses and why we continue to operate the way we do in Tyrosa. And those people, in particular, misunderstand the history of Queen Octavia, and it is an insult to not just me, but my family and my lineage. So forgive me if I'm a little bit irritable seeing something like that, when I already have very little reason to trust most of you.
That is fair.
We didn't fucking know this shit. First of all I know is that they think that I stole the designs, and I didn't.
Make a persuasion check.
So, persuasion check. Okay. Me?
Yeah.
Me? Oh god. Net 20, bitch!
Okay.
Are you kidding?
She kind of steals her...
So they're already kind of fucking stupid anyways. So, don't mind them.
Fine. I'll try to heal her again. And she kind of steps forward. You see her hand alight with a white glow. And she's muttering something quietly to herself, some kind of incantation or prayer. And she leans down and touches Sketch's body. Give me a moment. Can everybody please make an insight check? Group insight check.
Ooh.
Or
God.
medicine check. A medicine check will yield better results.
Yeah, dirty 20.
Oh!
For insight
Let me see
or
that.
medicine?
Medicine.
Insight or medicine? I'm definitely going medicine, because my insight's shit.
I did an insight and I got a dirty 20.
I got
Insight?
a 16 medicine check.
16 medicine?
Yeah. Yep. Dirty 20 insight.
So Aurora got a dirty 20 insight. Viz got a dirty 20 medicine. Is anybody else
Yeah.
rolling here? Does anyone else
I got
beat
a
either of
OE.
those?
I
No.
didn't, but I matched the dirty 20 insight.
Dirty 20 insight. Can you change your name
got
from
3.
Ophelia to Cecilia? Because they sound too similar and that's gonna fuck me up. It's just gonna really fuck me up for the rest of the game if you don't change it, so please do.
God damn it!
I've almost done it twice now where I've almost called you Ophelia. Did anybody beat a dirty 20 insight or medicine?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, I'm
No.
going to take that as a no. Rhett and Aurora, you see as the magic begins to coast over, and you can see looking at it, like, Flora is genuinely attempting to heal her here. Divine magic releases from her fingertips and slowly begins to wash over Sketch's body. There's a jolt in the body, and it's so minor you can almost barely see it, but it looks like Sketch's body is seizing. Or like there's some kind of small tremor going on as Flora is attempting to heal her. Viz, you pick up very acutely and very quickly that this healing magic is doing the opposite of what it's supposed to be doing, and Sketch is in immediate danger. if you don't intervene
Hey,
right now.
He goes over and grabs Flora's arms like, hey.
What?
Hey,
It
so
was
She removes
hurting
her
her.
hand. She removes her hand.
yeah, listen,
It was hurting her.
You don't know
I ain't
this,
no
Aurora. Only
doctor.
Viz does.
Okay.
Listen,
But
I
Aurora
ain't,
saw the shaking.
listen, I ain't no big pharma or anything, but yeah, that was not doing too good on Sketch there. It was having quite the opposite effect.
She was shaking. She looked almost like she was having a seizure.
Yeah, it
You
was.
trying to kill her?
No.
I don't think that's
I'm
the
using
effect.
healing
I think
magic.
I think it's just what's in her.
Viz, with your 20 medicine, you're kind of standing over, like you kind of pushed yourself between Flora and Sketch, and you're kind of hovering over now. You look down at them, and you see the white magic, like almost like reflected aspects of it that were previously there as Flora released her hand. You could see the white magic moving along the veins, and as it moves along the veins, it goes from white to green, dark neon green, and it begins to spread up her arms and down her veins into like her shoulder and getting closer now to her neck. You need to do something.
I don't know. I'm gonna pull out my little funny loot. I'm gonna pull out my funny loot. I guess I have to touch them for this. Yeah, I have to touch them. So I go, don't be poisoned, and I'm gonna try protection of poison on them and touch them.
Oh, interesting. Let me quickly look up protection from poison here.
I was like looking at what spells Nev has, and I just see fucking catapult. I'm like, oh, that's all I got.
Get him out of here!
Well,
They're gonna explode!
like,
What level spell is protection from poison? Second level?
That is. Yeah.
Okay. An interesting thing begins to happen. You play the lute, you cast protection from poison, you're trying to just stop that green from spreading. You see the effects of your magic, it's glowing in the front of Sketch's throat, where most of your bard magic would register, and begins to spread along the sides of her neck. You see as you do, the veins grow and are held at bay, but there's this weird, almost, like you can see it through her skin. There's what color is your magic, for example? What color would Viz's magic be?
Well, I can't say green because that's green. Purple.
Purple? You see the purple aspects, like this, like, through the skin, it looks like a dark lavender color. And as it kind of pulses through the veins, you can see it, like, physically competing with the magic here, the antinethine that's crawling up her skin. You don't know how long this magic is going to hold, because with your DC 20 medicine check, the thing that is hurting Sketch the most in this moment and is doing more damage to her already frail essence is magic. And you can specifically, you're slowly putting the pieces together, and you realize that Sketch casted magic and passed out. And since then, your team has been trying to heal her with magic, and you're wondering if that's making it worse.
By the way, I did have to touch Sketch, because unless the loot lets me not do that, I did have to touch. Does anything happen to me?
You're holding your arm like close to her throat, trying to get the protection from poison to just seep through her system. What is you use charisma for your spellcasting modifier? Can you just go ahead and just make a general throw? We'll say this is like a spell save. Just go ahead and roll a general charisma check here.
Okay.
Actually, this would be a charisma saving throw.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm good at those. 16.
You feel something begin to happen. You're pushing, and your magic is pushing against the antinethine, which is pushing back. So it's creating this incredible friction. You once again see Sketch's body seize, like it fully leaps up her like throat and chest, coming towards your hand, almost involuntarily. And it's incredibly difficult. Like, you're having a very, very hard time trying to push the antinethine out of her system. You don't know how long you're going to be able to hold, and you can feel yourself growing gradually weaker.
Is there anything that I can think of that wouldn't be magic but could hold this off? Like, anything that, like, looking around?
Make a medicine
literally
check.
the only thing coming to my brain is bloodletting. Just fucking
I was gonna
Yeah.
say kill.
Jesus.
Out of character,
Just chop
I'm
her
going to
arm off.
ask. Like, we none of us have like any potions, right? Because I'm looking at my
Well,
inventory.
potion is-
Surprise,
no,
surprise.
potion be
To
magic?
level 4.
Okay.
Wouldn't potion be magic?
Hmm.
Because I have a potion of healing, but isn't it magic or
Yeah, good point.
I don't know.
Potions of healing.
I have a potion of healing.
Potions that do magical things are innately magical. Things that are like
Damn.
tonics or teas or any kind of like natural herbalistic medicine, that's not considered inherently magical.
Would I be able to do anything with my alchemist supplies?
Alchemist is not the kit that would be required for this, unfortunately.
Damn it.
Oh,
Wait,
does anybody have a
sorry,
medicine
sorry.
kit?
I just wanted to emphasize. So that's what you meant, like the potion healing would be magical,
Yeah.
right? Okay, I
Potions
just wanted
of
to
healing.
clarify. That was a lot.
Potions
There was
of
a lot of
healing.
words, a lot of natural herbs. I'm like, so potion of healing is where?
Potions of healing, potions of featherfall, flying, any of those properties are magical.
Can I look in Sketch's bag and see if Sketch has anything? Because I know that they're a doctor.
You begin to rifle through their shit, make an investigation check.
Can I help by any chance by digging through it as well?
Only one
I got a
person can be
18
digging through a
plus
bag that
7.
small at a time. What is
I got
Sketch
an
have?
18 plus 7, so a lot.
Sketch have anything that would be useful in this moment? Probably. Yeah. You pop open her bag, and in her bag you actually see that there are two things. One, there's a healer's kit, and for second, there is a herbalist kit. Sketch was a doctor.
Both of them out. Everyone know how to use them.
Nope.
Closest thing I got is a cooked utensil, so I can make us food and maybe tea, but I don't know that shit.
Okay, I'm gonna wing it. I'm gonna try to use the healer.
Viz-
Oh god.
Viz has a good thing with medicine because he's had to take care of him and Nev.
You do it.
Oh,
I'm gonna figure out these herbs.
okay. What does Viz have to roll?
I was gonna say, can Cecilia help either one of them?
Which kit are you going to use here?
Maybe asking the difference between the two would help. Like, what's the emphasis on the
Okay,
difference?
a healer's kit's gonna have things like bandages. Hold on. Let me actually read this. Where is it?
Just shove a bunch of leaves in her mouth.
Eat him quick.
A healer's kit is a leather pouch containing
pollution.
bandages, salves, and splints. The kit has 10 uses. As an action, you can expend a kit to stabilize a creature that has 0 hit points without needing to make a medicine check. But she is stabilized and at 0 hit points, so this doesn't apply in that situation. The herbalist kit contains a variety of
kit it
instruments such as clippers, mortar and pestle, and pouches and vials used by herbalists to create remedies and potions. Proficiency with this kit lets you
Probably
add your
gonna be the
proficiency
herbalism.
bonus to ability checks. Also, proficiency with this kit is required to create antitoxin and any potion of healing.
Proficiency in it.
Crap.
And my proficiency in alchemist supplies wouldn't have any crossover with that.
That could not be more
I know
different.
this is gonna sound dumb. I'm guessing my proficiency with cook's utensils won't help either.
No, but... No. I mean,
Because it's like, I know how to cook, but...
you could probably
Making
whip
tonics
something up
would
in the
be-
mortar and pestle quickly, but like... Besides
Just
the whiskey...
guessing,
Wait.
but thieves'
I have a
tools
question.
proficiency won't
I have
help.
a question.
Viz.
If Aurora is able to whip something up, like, I guess, like, you know, putting the ingredients together, would I be able to use my alchemist supplies to make it into an antitoxin?
Alchemist supplies are not to make toxins and potions. Alchemist supplies are used to make things like acid or
Oil.
So reverse it.
oils. It's a different kind. It's like the difference between like medical science and like chemistry. It's like a different practice. You have to be like familiar.
But
with it.
what if we put all of our brains together with Viz just shouting on us
Viz
what to do?
is currently in a position where he's lucky because he has a protection from poison already attempting to keep the magic at bay. So you throw him with the healer's kit or the herbalist kit. Which one did you want to use, Viz?
We're gonna go for the herbalist kit, I think.
The herbalist kit. Okay. So you reach down, you look at the herbalist kit. It's got like herbs and small things within it. You begin to like reach through and you pull out Sketches like already put a couple things in this herbalist kit. It looks like there's like a bottle of something that's just labeled bay. Like bay leaves. You're thinking like bay leaves, maybe bay leaves, but you look at it and it's like an actual like mixed up thing already, like a poultice. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I've just realized that's only a word I've ever read before. I've never actually said
Poultice,
it.
yeah, you're
Poultice.
good. You're good.
Okay. And then there's like a couple other small vials. They look to be like salves, like something that you would put over skin. And in one case, there's like something that looks to be like, it looks to be like almost like little tabs that look like they're supposed to. You've like seen some medicine like this before. Maybe it goes like under the tongue, or maybe you just shoot it down the throat. You're not sure, but one of them looks to be ingestible and one of them looks to be topical.
Okay, so it's not really like a mess of herbs, as more of it's like a very natural.
It's like cold medicine.
It's very much an
It's Tylenol, cold and
natural
flu.
path kind of look.
Yeah.
It's just Tylenol.
Okay.
It's liquid Tylenol.
Just in case you get bit by a snake. This
Yeah.
is
In case
what
you get bit by a snake, you take
Anti-venom.
this. You know, if you get, here's the anti-venom for a spider.
Actually, anti-venom would be more alchemist. But yeah. Anti-venom because it's something that you're burning and mixing together. Like, you know, you can probably mix some anti-venoms and
I'm so confused.
Regardless,
Just
in
make
this tense moment, Viz, you're holding off with protection of poison, like fighting, like really fighting here. You feel aspects of your physical essence start to kind of mish in here, and you're starting to like hold back the magic. You're getting lightheaded. It's queasy. The Nithine is really making something strange happen here, as it seems to, and I'm saying this to you, it seems to eat away almost at your Fae-like essence. There's something going on here. It's not natural. You are inherently a magical creature. You know, Fae being like the antithesis of magic and wonder. And as you're holding against this protection of poison, it is taking every aspect of your Fae nature to keep this shit at bay, and you're losing. So you need to do something fast. So you reach in, you start looking through the herbalist kits. Hang on, this is all happening at once. You start reaching through your herbalist kit, you pull out one of the salves. Which one do you want to use?
I guess the ingestible one, because it's not really a skin thing.
Sure, the ingestible one. You grab the ingestible, what do you do?
I'm just gonna fucking pry their mouth open. It's like, sorry, and he just shoves it down their throat.
You jam it down the throat. You jam it down the throat with your one hand. You hold the mouth closed, and you like one of you kind of reaches over. It's like, you know, when you're trying to give a cat medicine, you just start going like this under the throat, and eventually you see the motion of Sketch swallow. There's a moment where you still are holding this. You need to give this a moment to kind of sink in. So you're just holding this magic. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes pass as you're just holding this protection against poison, eating away at your Fae-like energy. You feel woozy, you feel queasy. Make a charisma saving throw.
Oh. That's a 19.
19. There are moments where, as you're kind of holding the protection of poison there, where you look at your own hand and something is blurring. There's like a strange silvery white blur between your fingers. Almost like the vision of someone with synesthesia seeing their hand for the first time and seeing the color around it. But it's clear white. And then it looks not white, but translucent. And though quiet and on your own, you wonder if something within you has just fundamentally changed. And as you hold the protection of poison there, you watch as something new begins to reverberate through Sketch. Her chest kind of lifts up again, and you feel it becoming easier to push the protection of poison through her. The wall is finally dropped, and you begin to hold the protection of poison. And as it seeps through, your purple magic is quickly going over the green. And going over, and the green is getting slower and slower and slower until it goes back down to her wrist where it had been previously contained. And as it goes back down into her wrist and up on the sides of her, just up near the palm of her hand, you release the protection of poison, and Sketch goes and sits up.
Viz doesn't do this, but it'd be funny if, like, out of fear, he's like, and he just punches them and knocks them out again.
Do you do that?
No,
Never
no.
do that?
I think if anything, the pushing forward would have made
If anything,
this knock over.
If anything,
Yeah,
what's
Viz-
going to happen here as Sketch shoots up, you shoot down because you're now exhausted. It's like the relief of letting go for the first time. And there's a moment where your faces are like inches from each other, and there's like a moment where you're almost nervous that you're going to slam your head into hers just from the exhaustion of two like forces moving at the same time.
Can just drag this away.
I'm just gonna say,
No,
Aurora
you guys have been watching this very slow, tenacious process with like wide eyes.
I meant like after when he falls back. Like, can you now just drag him away after Sketch is okay?
This is all happening in a split second. So she sits up, he falls over.
Yeah,
And-
but like after he falls over, start dragging him away.
Yeah, it'll take a couple seconds. I mean, you gotta
Yeah.
yank him off kind of thing, but there's like a moment where she sits up, she's kind of breathing heavily. It's like raspy. There's like a strange, like almost like tick in her breath. Like a hitch almost every time she breathes for a moment, and then she slowly starts to reacclimate herself and look around. Viz, I'm gonna go out the gate and give you 2 points of exhaustion.
Oh.
Aurora goes, well, that worked.
Viz, are you good?
Yeah, are you okay?
Listen, Sketch needs to calm down on that tuna fish sandwich. Jesus Christ, it smelled bad. Well, I don't feel good, man.
Alright, Viz, doctor's orders, no fucking magic, you're smart, you have a gun, use it.
Okay. What's happening?
Nev just pointed at Sketch like, alright, you, no fucking magic, you're smart, you have a gun, use it.
She kind of like looks around, takes in the person in full hilt armor sitting across from her with their arms crossed against the wall.
Sketch meets Hilt, Flora meets Sketch.
Oh yeah, by the way, we're friends now, don't worry about it.
She kind of like sits up, looks around. What the fuck is going on?
Just don't pass out again. Everything's
Sketch.
great, you pass
Sketch, shut
out.
up.
Don't
Sketch, shut the fuck up and listen, Sketch, please, God.
A
And
lot is going on.
Sketch begins to like tap over herself, like trying to like check their pockets, looking at things, and lifts their jacket and looks inside.
Rude.
Oh yeah,
Covers the
wait,
jacket.
Cecilia still has the pin, right?
Yeah,
It's in my pocket.
It seems to like reach inside, notice something, and just kind of look around nervously. Like there's an aspect of unease now. Where are we?
Like they knew they fucked up.
we don't really know.
Well, yeah, I don't know either. We went through a portal, there were stars, you passed out, and now we're buddy with the hilt. You know, you get to miss a lot of great things when you take a nap.
I wouldn't say we're buddies, but we are tentative allies at best. Aurora kind of looks at Flora like,
We're not trying to kill each other.
Allies is circumstantial.
Mm-hmm.
That has yet to be seen.
I mean,
Fair
hey,
enough.
haven't you seen that we got potential though?
Potential is a word I would use leniently.
Oh, come on.
At the very least, persistence.
that
There
sounds
we
about
go.
right.
I'll accept that.
Is your friend going to be of any use, or is she just going to be a burden for you to haul? Because your next journey is going to be an unpleasant one. And Sketch kind of like looks at her. Excuse me.
You can't use magic.
Yeah, if you do, yeah, the more you use magic,
You-
the more that
you have-
Nithine's gonna go up your veins and kill you.
You passed out trying to cast invisibility on us. You've been passed out this entire time.
I know that. Sometimes it's worth the cost.
No.
Yeah, okay, you were the one who brought us here, though.
Questionable.
And then you fucking nap.
Rat with all the yelling and everything is gonna look through the windows. We're okay? Is
Yeah,
everything-
Aurora's gonna turn around and go like, I don't know, is the door, or were the doors closed behind us, or are they still open?
It was
They're
like a broken
closed.
window.
They're
Was it?
closed, okay.
Yeah. And
Because I can remember if we closed the doors or not.
well,
when we came
this
in.
entire time you have seen like Flora watching the door downstairs, listening. You get the sense she's very in tune, that she's on borrowed time with you guys here. So she's paying attention.
Yeah. So like if we look out the window, do we see anything?
The window, it's funny, the window is over the staircase, so it's already really hard to, like, look out it to begin with, because it's kind of just there to let in light. You have to kind of, like, peer around, and from what you see, it's a very bad view, but for the most part, you can't see anything.
Aurora's little
Flora,
fluffy
you-
ears are just kind of like cat ear.
Flora,
like,
you have
radar.
questions for us. Maybe you could start asking those, especially now that this one's awake.
I have lots of questions for you. For starters,
That's fair.
what the fuck are you doing here?
Looks at Sketch.
Everyone looks at Sketch.
Everyone looks at Sketch.
Well,
Jesus. Make Shelby talk to herself for 2 hours and 46 minutes.
Yeah.
okay, here's
In
the thing, I'm
accents,
even
she's
sure
not
why they're there.
We really just. I don't remember even why we got here in the first place. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was just we were tracking the shipments, and then Aurora got the literal pull of let's go through the portal.
We were
Yeah,
tracking
and
a
I'll say
Nithine
Nev
shipment.
is just a little bit.
Yes.
We were tracking a Nithine shipment. Seems we found the Nithine shipment. Or at least the individuals who are taking part of it. The rest I'm a little unsure. We were just going to try and steal it back, but I get the feeling we've perhaps
Wait,
bitten
we
off
were gonna
more than
try
we
to
can
steal
chew.
it back? You just said we were just gonna. Wait, you said we were just gonna observe. We were gonna try to steal it back? I didn't agree to that.
Eventually. Hopefully.
You didn't. That wasn't a part of the plan. We were just gonna snoop.
Well, yes. And then if we came
Okay,
across
you
the
didn't tell
Nithine
us
shipment,
about this. You didn't tell us about the stealing it back part. Like, okay, I'm good at fucking stealing, but I didn't agree to that shit.
steal it, blow it up, whatever came first.
Well, okay, I don't mind blowing it up, but you know, blowing up Nithine, that's kind of a, you know, that's kind of a everyone's involved.
All right, perhaps we can save the argument for another time. What do we do now?
I wish I fucking knew.
Should we find a way out of here, or is the only way out through? Aurora says this, looking at Flora.
Difficult question. If you didn't want to go through, you could perhaps, well, the streams are crossing. Ugh! French, oui, oui. If you didn't want to go through, you could perhaps wait until Sickle comes back and opens up another portal back to Westover, but that could be days, weeks, if you're unlucky. And it would involve hiding here. Maybe not here,
Ugh.
because I don't particularly want you all blowing my cover once again.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. I mean,
forgive me, but
I was
you
able
go.
to I was able to fly up to see if I could pinpoint where we are, and all I saw was a big fucking crater. So that doesn't give me any point of reference of where we fucking are.
and if I may ask, how have you been coming in and out of this place, or is it only with the assistance of Sickle or one of these other people with these devices?
I do not do anything that the Syndicate does not tell me to do. I've been given missions, projects, people to deal with. It's unpleasant work, but it's slowly earning me their trust. And yes,
how have you-
Fair.
Yes.
Sickle has been opening a portal for me mostly. Sometimes I get the unfortunate honor of having it be opened by other members of the Allery Syndicate. It depends.
Is there perhaps a way that you can convince them to open one for you sooner rather than later?
Considering I have no active mission at present, no. Again, anything that would blow my cover is to be avoided.
Mm-hmm.
So we take it back from him.
We
Assuming-
could take his
Take the
device.
stone.
We take the
Yeah.
stone. Yeah.
Take the
Susie and I are on the same fucking page.
Yeah.
DC?
You could attempt to take the stone. I don't know if Sickle is still even in the facility. Again, if he was indeed heading back to the annex chamber, he could be halfway across Gildmoor by now.
But if he was here, do you know where?
The annex chamber. That is the only other place to go besides the training hall and the barracks.
I'm a little confused. When you say he's either in the annex chamber or on the other side of Gildmoor, or that the annex chamber is on the other side of Gildmoor?
The annex chamber or the other side of Gildmoor.
Okay. I just wanted to double check.
Well, and Nev cocks her gun. We got a rock to steal.
I am quite
Aurora
excited
looks
to see this laboratory.
Aurora looks at Viz. Perhaps we should find somewhere safe to take a brief rest, at least.
That is fair.
You're welcome to rest here. I don't know if there's many other safe places where you don't run risk of getting caught. But again...
Sweet! Nev just plops down next to Viz.
I prefer if you kept it brief, but... I don't know what kind of fight awaits you in the annex chamber, to be honest. You would be heading into... Syndicate? The very least, or at the very most, perhaps another of the other mercenaries that are working for the Syndicate. There's also monsters. Particularly the ones that are working for the Syndicate.
Do they got, like, green glowy stuff coming out of their mouths?
Yes, actually. There are 3 of them.
Ah, fuck!
3 different
How many
types.
did she...
3 different types of monsters that they tend to replicate through... Honestly, I don't know where they came from, but they don't seem natural to this world, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
No,
they
because-
created them.
They're made of antinothene.
That was probably Ayla. She is
Ugh.
kind of what you might consider a prodigy to the Alice
Nev
Syndicate.
looks over at Sketch. Wasn't there someone named Ayla in the oh my god, what's it called? Your weird guild, your weird cult, brass wrench.
Sketch kind of like folds her arms. Yes, that is concerning. Whoa. Again, can't skip the accent that fast. Posh, British. Oh my god. Stop it, Nivanya. Okay, there we go. I got it. She kind of crosses her arms and goes, well, perhaps, if we're talking about Isla in particular, Isla Olsen, she's a classmate of mine. I still can't do this accent. Ignore it. Ugh, water.
You're doing great. You're doing great, sweetie.
Water. If it is Ayla, oof. That does not bode well for us, I have to be honest. Top of her class, quite an asshole. It actually makes a lot of sense thinking about it.
Hey, I'm an asshole. I was never the top of anything, but
That
You
does not
know?
surprise me. Regardless.
I'm just rubbing the bridge of his nose, just like, why the fuck are we here?
As far as I was
Or
concerned,
just
Ayla
tunes
was
this
working
all
on
out.
her thesis. I don't know why she would be... Well, she was never friendly enough to gauge her motivations on anything. I don't know.
this could be her thesis.
Perhaps. And
You know,
Flora,
being a terrorist and shit.
Flora kind of just pointedly looks at Sketch. If you do know her, you would also probably be fitted to know that she is terrifying. Objectively, one of the best killers I have ever seen. And I've seen a lot of killers in my time. Not only is she smart, manipulative, and incredibly good at what she does, but the mistress of the Allery Syndicate has taken quite an interest in her. She's a threat beyond anything you have ever faced. I can guarantee it.
Doubt it. Nev just has a wave of confidence over her face.
May I
I'm
ask you
just
a
like, I
question?
need to see.
Rhett's tail just keeps flicking like, I just want to smack her again. But he's holding back.
Question.
Yes.
Ask your question.
Oh, right. You all, respectfully, were quite terrified to even deal with me.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I say she's dangerous, I would like you to take me seriously.
Yes. We are
Fine.
going to take you very looks at Nev seriously.
Look, I
No,
can't
no,
take
nothing
anything
else.
serious if I take a step.
Smacks. Smacks the tail. That was all you needed to say.
You don't need to treat me like a fucking child. Anyways,
Then stop
Um,
acting like one.
Is there perhaps a place here we could take that would be safe to take a longer rest?
That would be here.
Sleep for the night? In
That would be
this
here.
office?
Yes.
Okay.
There is, for starters, no other safe place anywhere in the fortress. Definitely not in the annex chamber.
Cool. If Cecilia looks around,
Mhm.
are there any, like, interesting little things to note?
Explain. What are you looking for?
Like, I don't know, like boxes that maybe have things in them, or like books, or like
Loot
papers that you
place.
can kind of like look and peek over and see what's happening.
Let me see here. Okay. Like just in the room or on Flora?
Both.
Okay, make a perception check. Hello?
6.
6. Is that why
Sorry,
it
I
took so long?
said it, but I guess the mic didn't pick it up.
6. Okay. The room itself, well, you saw that the table was kind of like stacked with weapons that had kind of been lined meticulously. Now that you're looking at it, you're realizing, as you like get to know Flora a little bit and like get to get a sense of the situation, you realize that this is you get it as an academic. As an academic, you understand that this individual has done a very good job to intentionally make it seem like they are more insane than they actually are. So the weapons are arranged meticulously like a serial killer across the table, even though you can tell they're a little too perfectly aligned to be done by a killer. Her favorite weapons seem to be hung and strung along the wall, including the short bow that you had picked up last session, which was like a beautifully ornate short bow. The mask that she had taken off of her face and put on the table also seems to be really pretty, and well, it's terrifying to look at. It's like the Doctor Doom mask essentially, but it's really like beautifully made, and you get the sense that there might be something inherently interesting to this. Other than that, there's a small table with 2 chairs. There's a bed in the corner. Downstairs there seems to be more of like a small like kitchenette area. There's like a washroom. But other than that, it seems to just be a place that somebody has very quickly been forced to call residence of their own. Maybe not home, but something familiar.
the room they
Okay.
live in.
Yeah, basically.
Alright. Well, I'll take the bed, and Cecilia is going to go put her bed back on the bed and start getting out her things.
Cecilia, that's not a good idea.
Start doing her spells.
Flora holds up a hand.
Get ready.
It's fine. It's quite clear that the nobility in Wyland are not as refined as the ones in Pyrosa. Go ahead.
Cecilia is going to just look in her eyes, and just to be clear, Cecilia does recognize this woman.
Did you?
I saw a picture, I believe.
Yes, you did. You did see a picture of her. That's right. That's right.
And she's just going to go, I'm going to tell Ginny you said that, and then she's going to go get ready for bed.
Make an insight check.
Oh, that's good. Oh, 18.
18. You look at her and her expression hasn't moved or changed. But you, gauging upon the way she just said it, there's like just the slightest twitch of an eyebrow. Doesn't imply that she cares, but like particularly about you saying anything to her. But it's the implication of like, you've seen this before and you've read a lot about this particular expression in all of your romance novels. The twitch of the eyebrow explicitly says sore spot. Like, bad spot. Like whatever happened between them did not end on the best note the last time they saw each other. Just based on the way she reacts inherently to that.
I'm writing that down. Yeah, and then Cecilia's just gonna start preparing her kind of nightly rituals.
You might have more questions for us, Flora. You do? You can ask.
Let's see.
So I feel like we've just like.
Let me consult my
constantly
list of
run-
questions that I've
We're
pre-written.
constantly. I just constantly run into things, and Flora's just like probably ask like one question to us.
Any object.
To be honest, you guys have kind of jumped her, right? So she doesn't necessarily, you get the sense that she doesn't necessarily have questions for you. She's more like, she's making herself available, and so far she seems a little unimpressed. Like, she's like waiting for you guys to kind of like pry, like, you know, the way that like a mercenary group who like infiltrated a fortress might pry, and you're just like, you know, fucking trying to recover a girl who was unconscious on the floor and asking pretty like surface level questions. So she kind of like, so far you get the sense that she's like, it's the look of they're gonna fucking die. Like it's just like this like unimpressed look.
After Nev checks in on Viz, you know, just like making sure he's going to get some rest, Nev's gonna pull Sketch aside. Okay. I know we're in a small room.
Sketch is sitting on the
but
floor,
I
leaning
never had
against
the
the
question.
wall, and she's got her arms crossed over her knees, and she's just sitting there.
Yeah, Nev kind of fucking animal crawls to her.
Disgusting.
Nev's like, so what's the deal with that fucking lapel pin?
I don't know what you're
She
talking
saw
about.
it. No, she saw it. She saw it.
Who?
Cecilia. Wait, Cecilia has it. It's in her pocket. No, she saw it. She almost didn't fucking heal you. What the fuck is all that about?
It's my astrological sign.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Insight. I'm gonna make an insight.
Sure, go for it.
Even though my insight. Shit. Oh, that's not that bad actually.
It's
14.
It's almost as if Flora didn't tell us everything about the pin. Also.
Okay, but Nev wants to hear it from Sketch.
That's fair.
She told you what the pin means to her. You have no idea why Sketch has this pin.
Yeah. Anyway, I rolled a 15 minus 1, so 14.
Her face is, why is there singing in this one? I don't like it. There's like, well, right now, there's like this stone cold, face silent expression of, it's almost like you get no bead on her. She's like keeping a straight face, staring straight ahead, not even looking at you.
I like move into her peripheral vision.
Her eyes unfocus as you do, intentionally kind of not making eye contact.
Oh, come on! And Nev just kind of like sits next to her, folds her arms. I'm trying to think, like, what? I forgot I had this spell. I cast Word PowerPoint.
Jesus. Well, you cast what?
PowerPoint.
I don't know what that is. That is not a spell I knew you had. I don't even. That's not a D&D spell.
It's a homebrew. It's a homebrew
You
spell.
let me
What?
have it. You
Did I
let
let
me
you have
have
it?
it. Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
You let me have it. You create the image of a presentation that has ample transitions, effects, and word art. The image appears at a spot along the wall within range and lasts for the duration. The image can be accompanied by sound effects. The presentation must have the dimensions of 16 by 9, but can be any size larger than a foot across and smaller than 16 feet across. Yeah, after viewing a presentation on a topic, you get a +1 to that topic for the next 2 full days. And the title of the presentation is just like, why? And then the next slide just goes, what the fuck? And the slide after that is just like a shittily drawn picture of the pin. And with an arrow pointing to it, just going like, explain. You look so confused, Shax.
Sorry, I was switching up the tunes. So
It's okay.
Sketch looks at you. You see like something in the jaw clench, and she goes, "Drop it."
Fine, and Neb just pulls down, like, takes down the PowerPoint. Again, just like leans against the wall, crossing her arms, kind of like tapping her foot. Being fucking annoying. Just.
The
What a
room is
match made in hell.
the room is very tense, and there's this like awkward. It's awkward for all of you, but it's really fierce between the Hilt and Sketch as they stand on opposite ends of the room and just like glower at each other. It's like Flora's really doing her best to seem like cool and nonchalant about it. But Sketch is like, you can see in her head, like, the gears turning. Like, she's trying to put together pieces of what maybe just happened that she was unconscious for.
Well, I mean, Neb just did tell her, hey, she saw the pin.
Yeah, that's all.
What
She's
the
trying to,
fuck?
like, put it together a little bit. What are all of you doing?
I was going to, like, where is Flora, like, in conjunction with where the rest of us are? Like, is she still behind the desk, or did she, like, walk around it?
She's leaning against the table with all the weapons lined up on it, and Sketch is on the other side of the room in the far corner, near the door you guys walk through, leaning against the wall.
Okay. Aurora's going to walk up to Flora and say, I know that you said you only know so much because you're still gaining their trust, but this word, this shadow storm, the fact that it's in Gith, does that... You've not seen any sort of presence of them, or any reason as to why they would have something like this?
I haven't seen Gith, if that's what you're asking. Gith are... They almost don't exist, like they're mythology. Most people will never see a Gith their whole life. If they're lucky, they might see one. It's like seeing a comet that only passes every 100 years. I don't know. But the Syndicate, they're too coordinated. Sometimes I wonder if they're even the ones at the helm.
I don't know why I know these things. I only know that I'm linked to... I'm to think that there's a chance I could have any knowledge of this. I don't know if you've heard of any sort of... anything to do with memory loss or amnesia. But it's... I feel like all of this is too much of a coincidence. When we were fighting one of these creatures, we came across a meteorite that had been that was found in a cave, and some of these creatures were feeding off the raw nithine. And when I saw it, I had a vision of something. It was, correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, Jax, it was of a lab. And then I saw it again just now, when you said that, when we said that word, the shadow storm.
I don't know if I have the answers for you right now. The whole reason I'm even here to begin with is because I was meant to weed out a wider conspiracy. Something that's stupid now. It's based on house politics and inter-house rivalry and control of Tyrosa. But I came here searching for evidence that the DeVille family was up to something nefarious. Stopped them where I could if they were involved. And instead, I have found myself in the middle of something bigger. You make a very wise and very astute point when you say that it seems like a coincidence. And it makes me nervous because if there really is something going on that is controlling the Allery Syndicate, it's not just Gildmoor that's at risk. This could bleed into the rest of Azaria.
I am concerned that perhaps something of this influence, I hope not, but seems almost astral in nature. Those portals, the one that we went through, it drew me to it. I just had this instinct that I had to go through it. But by the time we were here, it was gone.
Well, yes, that would be the device Sickle has. They rarely stay in one spot. They open for a couple of seconds, close, and that's that. They zap out of existence. To be honest, the whole time I was thinking it was a teleportation device. My mother has seen druids walk through trees. Something of a similar nature? Wasn't sure.
Possibly. It's concerning that there's a chance I might have information that could help us, help you, but I'm worried that that knowledge might also end up being useful to these other parties, and well, that's quite the danger.
There are lots of dangers. Every choice you make has a consequence. And I've spent a lot of my life reconciling with the fact that sometimes hard choices need to be made, even if we don't like it. I don't know if your memories will be of use. To be honest, I would imagine that this whole situation is outside the realms of one person. It, again, seems bigger. Something that combines the Syndicate, the DeVille family, the other underbellies of Gildmoor and the rest of the world, and whatever this Riznidan is. There's something bigger at stake here that's bigger than any one of us.
Indeed. And that's what's so frightening.
That's why I'm watching. That's why I'm waiting. I don't know what one person will be able to do, but if I stay close and I get an opportunity, it's worth my life if it means to put a stop to this. I just need to make sure the time is right, and what I'm doing is actually going to make a difference. If not, all my work will have been for nothing.
Well, we certainly do not want that.
Ah,
I will... If anything ever comes back to me that might seem useful, I will let you know if I can.
I am assuming that when you leave this place tomorrow, we will never see each other again. The odds are quite slim.
Probably.
Unless you
Probably.
become one of my contacts in the future, which, unfortunately, there's a good chance. If I'm sent after you, I'll have to kill you. So try not to be, spotted, caught, a target. It would be very uncomfortable.
Well, Rats pointed out I'm a rather large woman, so sadly I can't be a small target, but I will do my best.
Right. Tell you what, if you actually make it out of this place, and I am one of the targets that is sent to come after you, I'll give you a head start.
Aurora, kind of like this. She kind of does like a small smile and goes, "All right, I look forward to it. Well, not really, but a challenge."
Fair enough.
Aurora's going to then walk away and probably try to find like a corner or something that she can sit on, and when the time's right, she'll do her trance, but she's definitely going to focus on the Risnodon and try to see if anything at all comes to her.
For sure.
Yep.
Is there anything else anyone is wanting to do? We haven't heard much from some of you, so whoever hasn't done a whole lot, speak up or forever hold your peace.
I was gonna ask, I think we already kind of got a good gather of the room, but kind of would like to look more around at anything. There was something that I remember Flora doing, was talking to someone before we got caught. So he's trying to like just get, like looking around mostly, but also like it's like kind of like looking around like that's interesting, but kind of also just side glancing to see if he could see if what like she was using to talk to is still there.
On her person?
Like on the table, because I think it was a table, and then I looked at the notes from before. She wrecked the place apparently after talking to it, so I don't know if she put it down.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she had talked to somebody, Sickle was there, and then she wrecked the place in her frustration with him.
Mm-hmm.
What you had seen her talking with, actually, make a perception check.
Okay. That's an 18.
18. Okay. What you had seen her talking with is, it's curious because it's, for all intents and purposes, it was like a rock, in her hand. And she did tuck it into, like, a side pouch on her belt. And you recall this because it was like talking in like what looked like a rock, and you were like, what the fuck? And then she just stuck it on her person, and now it's kind of sitting on her belt with the rest of her weaponry as she's kind of leaning against the corner with her arms crossed. You know which pouch it is. It's the one right below her right arm.
Okay. We'll make a note of it. That's on her. Is there anything else that catches his eye looking around? Like, it's just like little things? Is it there more than just weapons? Are there... And he's not touching anything, he's just glancing.
You see, there's a chain around her neck. Not too dissimilar to the one I'm wearing right now, but it's tucked underneath, and you can only kind of see it through, like, the straps of her armor that are visible. There's, like, some kind of chain around her neck. And then, are you looking at stuff she has, or just things around there? Like, what are you looking for?
Just looking around the room for anything that pops in. Like the idea that I think we've got was that there's weapons in the room, a couple of things, but I don't think we like seen anything specific, like smaller, like if there's papers, if there's something like just anything that like we probably wouldn't be looking for before.
No papers. In fact, very intentionally, no papers. You get the sense that an underground illicit organization maybe doesn't want to keep a paper trail. At the very least, the hilt doesn't have a paper trail. You can see bloodstains just about everywhere in this room. You remember Sickle being stabbed, And you wonder how many times she's had to do that to keep up her facade. And you get the sense, despite all things considered, as you're kind of looking at this figure leaning against the wall, eyeing all of you with intent, she has been exceptionally nice to you. And you wonder what she'd be willing to do if any of you posed an issue.
Fun. Okay.
What about Mirabelle and Viz? You guys want to do anything before you rest?
What can Viz do?
I don't know, man. What can Viz do?
He's like, ugh.
Now would be your chance. Now would be your chance to ask questions if you have questions, or I don't know, reflect. You tell me.
I don't know where Viz is laying down right now, but he's like gonna kind of like nudge his head. Like he hasn't gotten off the floor this entire time since Sketch pushed him off, right? So he's just like, I got a question.
For who? Me?
Yeah.
All right. Shoot, little boy.
I'm 28.
Oh.
Anyway.
I don't know,
Anyway.
sounds kind of racist to me.
Okay, well, that's not my question. Anyways, you said you didn't. We are not supposed to get caught. Any recommendations for that?
Ha! No. As I told you before, I've never actually been in the annex chamber. If you're actually going to go through that way, it's probably suicide. But y'all got this far, so who's to say that you can't make it through the other side? My advice would be to either blend in, look like you're supposed to be there, or sneak through and try not to get caught.
Okay.
Most of the young recruits are in the training grounds, so only guards and important people are allowed in the annex chamber. So once you're inside, it should be relatively quiet, except for threats, essentially. Either neutralize them or sneak past them.
Okay. That's all the questions I can think of.
Nev hands Viz a granola bar.
What is that? What is that?
Granola. It's a granola bar. Fucking eat it. You need the energy.
I'll try.
What do you mean you fucking try? You will.
He eats half of it and passes out.
Oh my god. Oh, god
Alright.
damn it. And Nev just like eats the other half.
Sure. Mirabelle?
I think this whole time, Mirabelle's just been kind of sitting up against one of the walls, tending to a wound I'm assuming she has, because I realized Mirabelle's missing almost half her health, and I think she got hit before when we were initially caught.
Yeah, Flora pushed her whole blade through your shoulder. Like, she got you. She was trying to kill you, so she hit you pretty hard.
But I think she's just been, while she's kind of been, I guess, looking over the wound, she's been taking in everything that's been said thus far. She's kind of torn between actually asking anything or just staying quiet, because she's definitely stewing about a lot of things. The fact that she was actually caught, because this is kind of a first for her. What she knows about the Allery Syndicate now, because this is almost starting to sound like a whole different group than what she was part of. And especially the revelation that this person in the brass wrench almost kind of seems to be the assassin prodigy that Mirabelle was once seen as in the eyes of its leader. That in of itself is a sore spot for her. I guess she's just trying to quietly wrap her head around what her former boss's intent is with any of this, and if there is a greater purpose for her but I think for the moment she's just gonna kind of stay quiet and just stew about it. She could ask, but she's kind of angry enough that she's not gonna bother at the moment. Her anger's winning out.
Okay. Anything else, or are you all gonna take your long rest?
Can I do one thing?
Yes, what's Cecilia?
Can I read my mother's spellbook?
Sure. What are you trying to do?
Just, go through the next chapter. Go flip through a couple pages.
You had never finished the other chapter, so you look through the other chapter. It's the one with the letter that you had read originally.
Yeah.
You had seen the beginnings of what seemed to be instructions for a couple spells. Now that you look at it, you spend like a couple hours looking at it, and looking through your mother's notes. There are 3 spells that you'll eventually be able to copy into your own books, should you choose, in the first couple pages. One is Illusory Script, one is Tensor's Floating Disk, and one is Enlarge and Reduce.
Able to copy one of them?
Yeah, I believe it takes an hour. Do you have enough paper and ink? Which one do you want to copy?
I want to copy Enlarge and Reduce. I don't have paper in my inventory, but I am a wizard. I have ink.
You have ink.
I do have parchment. I have some parchment.
Okay. You'll need to spend 100 gold pieces worth of parchment and ink for that 2nd level spell.
Okay. I will do that.
All right. Anything else?
I'm just gonna meditate on Rizadon to see if anything pops through.
Sure.
I feel like when everyone starts going to sleep, I would like Rhett to take maybe the first watch and try, or at least line it up with Flora's watch.
You get the sense that Flora is going to stay awake the whole night.
Yeah, that's
She
what
is
I was
on
thinking.
edge until you guys fucking leave. Like,
That's fair.
She is considered this high priority. She's not sleeping. And also, Cecilia took her bed, so she's just standing the whole night.
Like a bitch.
Yeah. So that's no problem. You, your first watch, the first watch comes along, you kind of like stay up. Flora just sits there, keeps her eyes out. Every once in a while, she'll do a lap around the place. Just look out the windows, keep an eye.
Rhett will kind of slink over to her. You look like you need coffee. I would.
I already hate wherever this is going. The word slink stresses me out.
Slink. I wish I had coffee because it looks like you're going to need it.
I don't drink coffee.
No?
Nah. Apple's the mind. It's false adrenaline.
That's fair. I kind of live off that, though.
To each your own.
I have a bit of a question to ask. And he's like talking quiet, like so he's not like disturbing sleep.
All right. Shoot.
We were watching for a little bit, and you were talking to someone quite angrily before.
Sickle?
Sickle, but then you were also talking to something that wasn't there.
Ah, yes. That would be one of the other mercenaries.
That are hired like you?
Hired is a bit of a... Some of them are more in it than others.
Mm-hmm.
But, as far as I'm concerned, yes. Another mercenary from the Hollowed Pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
Although, as far as I know, a legitimate one. Not, someone like me.
Mm-hmm. Not someone under a guise, yeah.
Correct.
You said the mad one.
Yes. Intuitive. Very perceptive as well. Yes, that is their name. It's a bit grandiose, if you ask me. The hilt is far more subtle, but who am I to judge somebody's choice of title?
You know what? That is fair. The mad one is a bit kind of on the nose. Do you know this person, or do you just talk through that communication from afar?
I wish I didn't know them. Unfortunately, they've been a bit of a thorn in my side. I don't know how much you heard, but they're giving me a harder time sneaking around. Taking my kills, claiming they're in the name of the Mutilator, when in reality I'm probably doing about a fourth of the killing that the general public thinks I'm doing. Unfortunately for me, that makes it quite difficult to slink around. Fortunately for them, they get off scot-free. Unfortunately, the Mad One doesn't mind not taking credit, because it adds to the chaos.
Your name is getting around.
Yes. Unfortunate. Drawing unnecessary attention and making it very difficult to do anything for one side or the other. It's probably also why they're not trusting me as much. Because it's giving me
Because they think you're murderous rampage.
Well, they don't think the Syndicate and everyone else knows that it is the Mad One taking credit. Well, giving me credit for their kills. But it's, giving the general public, this sense that I'm some kind of boogeyman. So, they're anxious about sending me out when the Mad One can do it. And no one's the wiser.
Do you know how long they have been doing this? Have they been there less than you?
They came in around the same time as me, maybe a little later. The specifics on when we all started is quite blurry. I've been here... How long has she been here? Little over a year and a half. But the Mad One, Joy, I believe it was slightly after me, maybe slightly before. They don't really tell us when they hire the mercenaries, but we're on par.
Interesting. And they've never come here, though.
They have, on occasion.
They have.
They don't have a residence the way that I do. This has been given up space due to the fact that it's been harder for me to do what I'm supposed to do. They're not really a team player. Bit of a chaotic force. Better to just call them when they need them, and they will answer. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
That's the nature of the Mad One. You never know what you're going to get.
That's understandable.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the little knowledge.
That's fine. And she, once again, kind of leans back and, like, has that very much sense of, like, man, I'm telling these fucking people a lot. Like, she's like...
You can ask me anything if you want, as well.
I'm going to consider my help here a favor. Not from you. Just... It's fine. It's fine.
Well, then may I edge on more?
What?
Do you know what they look like?
Oh.
Or are they kind of disguised similarly to you?
Full armor, same as me. My armor is a bit less ostentatious, per se. More subtle in terms of mask as well. But they do wear a mask. It's one of those entertainer masks. Half of it red, half of it white.
Like a jester mask, almost?
Sort of, yes. Kind of like that. Plate, carry a wicked weapon. Similar skill set to me, perhaps. But I get the sense it's more physical. Less in the scouting and tracking and, quiet elements that I've grown accustomed to.
Definitely trying to create a show.
Well, as is the nature.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You think we're going to find them down there?
I doubt it. Again, the Mad One has been all over Gildmoor, killing in my name. So, considering the last I heard of them, they were in Sarnia. That doesn't seem to be anywhere near here. And they've probably long left regardless.
They're where again? Sorry, I didn't get that bit.
The last kill was in Sarnia. But you know that before that there had been kills in Umberfall and Westover and like all of these places. So they kind of swing around.
Is that in Aspidon or is that in
Aspidon, yeah.
Aspidon? Okay, I'll go look at that map later. Okay. Thank you again.
Of course.
I didn't really want to make a spectacle with everything going on.
It's fine.
Asking questions.
You already know too much, so what the fuck, right?
We'll take it to our grave.
I'm sure you will, yes. But
I can tell you think it's going to be soon.
well, forgive me for the doubt, but look at yourselves.
Well, sometimes a little bit of an act goes a long way.
Oh, trust me. I am very familiar with acts that get you a long way. So, maybe you'll surprise me.
I think we will. Gives a little cheeky grin.
Best of luck.
I'll leave you be then. But thank you.
Anytime. Alright, so that's the end of the first watch. Does anybody want to take up a second one, or do you want to let Flora watch for the rest of the night?
Red didn't wake anyone up. Red didn't wake anyone up.
Since Aurora just has her... Oh, sorry.
Red didn't wake anyone up?
Yeah, Red wasn't going to wake anyone up.
Alright.
I was just gonna...
So.
I was just gonna say, Aurora, like, when she's had her trance, she's just gonna... Because it only lasts, like, 4 hours.
Alright.
She'll just kind of sit and just be quiet. Like, she's gonna be the, like, the silent observer, but, like, not make any noise.
Okay. So you sit there, you all rest, take your time to yourselves, leave the watch to the guide of this very experienced mercenary, noble. You're not really quite sure. She seems to wear a lot of hats. Mysterious nonetheless. You take your watch, you all get the benefits of a long rest, and as Flora kind of just peeks out as the sun is slowly beginning to rise, she goes, "Alright, rise and shine, that's enough of this." And you all are kind of jolted to the wake by the sound of her voice as she, like, is just tapping her foot against the wall. You get the sense she counted 8 hours to the second.
I just really love the image of Cecilia with an eye mask on and everything, just like
like a beauty mask, just like
Absolutely. She's wearing she has like a sheet mask. It's like her hair is up in like braids.
She do
gloves.
She do the lotion with gloves.
Yeah, lotion with gloves. It's all good.
Cecilia, as you get into the bed, the bed itself is not super comfortable, but as you get into the bed, there's like this orange, like, warmer quill blanket that seems to be underneath the kind of garish beige top blanket that just seems to be like standard. It's a twin bed, but there's this like really warm quilted blanket underneath this like standard one. The color is really familiar. You feel like you've seen it, but you've seen a lot of stuff. But the color itself is super familiar. And it's also the same color that you can see the jewel is in the corner of Flora's headband that clips on the mask. It's the same orange color.
Yeah, and I would know what house Flora was from.
Yeah, you heard her last name. She was from House Montcroy.
But that would I immediately make that connection?
Make a history check.
1.
1. No fucking idea. That's a shame.
It's that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she gets out. She gets all ready for the day. She picks out the pair of shoes she's gonna wear. Something a little bit of a lower heel, something a little bit more practical.
Alright.
A nice little boot. A lot of
time next
practical.
Takes the shoes out, all the low-heeled ones to be like, which one today?
It's like,
Yeah.
This one looks like a gun. This one looks like a sword.
Yeah, she's gonna, it'll be like a nice, like a thick, chunky boot.
Nev, carefully with gloves on, takes out the 2 Nithine bullets and loads them into her thunder cannon.
Okay. Now remember, these are...
Antinithine.
These are
they?
antinithine? Are they antinithine or are they nithine?
I Mod Podged them from what I was able to scrape together from that bottle.
The bottle...
From the very beginning.
The poison bottle.
Poisoned.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was, very, very, very small traces of antinithine. Most of it is nithine.
Yeah. Got it.
Which
Cool.
means
Still,
which means they're
Gasoline.
highly explosive. You have no idea the practicality of this in a gun. It could either do a really great job at killing the thing you're firing it out of, or it could destroy the gun. Who's to say?
Yeah. Who's to say? Yeah, but Nev is always ready to try fucking anything.
That make things go boom.
Is Sketch awake?
Dead.
Not really.
She's just dead.
Yeah, she's dead actually.
What?
She died that night. No, she's got her head like lolled against the wall. She actually never, the whole night, she didn't lie down. She kept her back pressed against the wall in an upright position. And kind of like just fell
crazy.
asleep with her head to the side, like against the wall. And now you get
I
the sense
kinda
she's kind of like waking up a bit.
I kind of like do this to her face. Come on,
She
we're
fucking
going.
backhands your hand. Fine. Let's go.
All right. Remember, no magic.
We'll see.
Yeah, and if you fucking pass out again, what are we supposed to do?
What do you mean? Oh, that's not her accent. What do you mean? What is British? Ah!
Water.
Water? Water?
Shut up, Navanya.
It's obvious, Navanya. What you're supposed to do if I pass out. You leave me. Just go.
That's stupid.
No, it's not.
You were the one who got us in this mess. We're getting everyone out of here.
So hero complex bullshit.
It has nothing to do with a hero complex and everything to do with logic and reason. Someone passes out,
and the
you leave
logic
them.
and reason. Are you a fucking doctor? Anyways.
Yes, I'm very familiar with the idea of soldiers staying behind. Quite used to it.
Good to know. Not happening. Anyways, let's go.
Rhett will, while that is all happening, while Cecilia's picking out her shoes, we'll check on Viz. Just lift his hat. You good there, darling?
What?
Viz, to note, you have lost 1 point of exhaustion. You still have another.
I'm tired as shit, dog.
He eat another fucking granola bar.
No, I don't want it. I don't like the grain.
It's good for you.
Will you be alright, Fizz?
You know, I won't be on top of my game, but I'm still kicking.
That you are.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna pick Fizz up and just put him on her shoulders, horse ride style. There.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rhett just puts the hat back on his head.
Yeah.
Reaches up. This is what Fizz is on her shoulders.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Alrighty, let's go.
We'll get out of your hair.
Flora, who's kind
What's
of
up,
been
Flora?
leaning against the door, she still has that huge sword. It's kind of like her hand is on the hilt of it. She's had it the whole night. It's still in her armor, hasn't moved, barely changed at all. She kind of just sits there with her hand over the sword. All right, very well. And she kind of walks you guys down towards like the front door and kind of like peeks it open, looks outside. Kind of just stares. You're good to go. And lets all of you exit individually. You all begin to like leave out the side of the barracks. As you guys are all leaving, you hear movement from behind you and the sound of someone getting slammed into a door. You turn around and you see that Flora has grabbed Sketch by the back of the shirt and pushed her into the wall. And just as you're leaving, it's threatening and it's quick and it's like really strong, but it's not painful. It doesn't like hurt her. You can just see her clothes being grabbed and pushed against the wall, and holds her there for a minute and goes, "Pick better allies." And she kind of let's see if she can do it actually. Yeah, she pushes Flora back and Flora stumbles a bit and kind of like holds her sword and like there's like a standoff there for a second. And Sketch kind of looks at her and goes, "Don't tell me what to do." And turns and just walks in your direction. And Flora watches you leave and then slams the door behind her. So, what are you all doing?
I don't fucking know. Going to the annex, I guess.
Guess we're going to the annex.
Yeah. And Cecilia is going to be like, she's not flipped through her spell book. So, are we going to sneak in, or are we going to make it seem like we belong here?
I get the feeling make it seem like we belong here might be a little easier. I do not think that we might, unless there's a way for us all to stay very quiet and undetected.
Or we can go with Plan C, guns blazing.
No.
I don't think
No.
that's
No.
a good idea.
I think
It's the
only
fun
plan.
one.
Yes, I think only Plan C if Plan A and B fail.
Got it. Sounds good.
More like make it Plan C like Plan Z.
Then what are all the other fucking letters, huh?
Anything else?
Genius boy, come on, tell me.
Anything else than Guns Ablazing.
What are plans C through Y? Come on, boy, tell me.
Figure it out. Right now, the best thing is probably to not draw attention to ourselves, since we are probably out in the open. DM, are we out in the open at this point?
You are, so you walk along, like, you walk out the barracks exit, and you see that in the distance, like, it's pretty quiet this morning, like, the sun is kind of barely rising. You got an early sleep, so it's, like, barely rising, so you still have, like, that cover of darkness that Flora was accommodating you guys for. So as you kind of, like, exit out, there's a gravel path that kind of winds around this huge fortress. You can see other buildings, but the road itself is fairly quiet. In the distance, you can hear the sounds of swords, just like clashing, and you see what looks to be like a small, like, it's not like an arena. It looks more like honestly a glorified tennis court, but it seems to be like a spot where there's some kind of like training going on. So you probably think it's a good idea to steer clear of there. And besides, when you turn and look behind you anyway, the path looks pretty barren. It looks like it's kind of just going in one direction. There's one road. You can either follow it or sneak around the buildings, but keeping kind of like on path with the road. Whatever you'd like to do.
I'd say probably blending in will be the best bet for us.
When
We all
were
look
in
like
the-
mercenaries.
For sure. When we were in the barracks, were there closets?
Were there closets?
Or like chests?
Yeah, there were a
we
couple
should probably
chests.
have some-
Could we go back and see if there's nobody in there?
Mhm.
Could we see if there are maybe chests of like armor or cloaks that would identify us with the Allery Syndicate?
I guess that's a good
I'll send
question.
I'll send Reginald in to like look into the room before we go in to make sure there's nobody in there.
You said Reginald, and there's nobody in there. The barracks seem to be more of a gateway than an actual spot where people sleep. Small storage, but it's a thoroughfare. It's like people come through and come out from that direction. You do open a couple chests. There are 3 cloaks that look to just be like black on the top and then like a maroon, like red, dark red kind of color underneath. Seems to be some kind of Allery Syndicate clothing. But other than that, you just see, like, there's, like, small bits of, like leather gloves. There's a couple pieces of, like, mercenary equipment just in terms of, like a leather chest plate. But for the most part, it seems like there's no uniform, more of, like, a color scheme.
Just start dyeing our clothes.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Without the red dye.
In my bag of trash holding, I have a rug coated in an unknown substance. Would that work as in the color scheme?
No. That dirty ass rug does not count as part of the color scheme. I'm gonna go ahead and say that out the
Yeah,
gate.
Nev
When Nev
pulls
pulls
it out.
it-
No.
Nev pulls it out and just a stench wafts over the whole area and Rhett just almost vomits.
And Nev's like, okay, yeah, that's not gonna work.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know, fucking rug I found outside.
Why
Thought I
do
could
you
use it
have...
for something.
Never mind.
I have
Do-
a lot of shit. Okay.
Do I? Yes. To Cecilia? No. Cecilia's gonna turn to Mirabelle. Does the Allery Syndicate have a symbol?
Out of character, I want to say yes, but I don't know if I should just go ahead and say that, or if Shex would prefer me to roll for something.
Well, you would know. No, they don't have a symbol because that defeats the point of being a syndicate. But they do have two factions. There's the Cutters and the Pullers. So depending on what aspect of the syndicate you are, you might wear specific things. The Cutters are mercenaries, hired sword hands, and the Pullers are smugglers. The color they have a color scheme. It's like red and black for the most part.
Mirabelle will relay that information to Cecilia while also kind of motioning to her own attire, because it pretty much is the attire she's had since her own time in the Allery Syndicate. Maybe what they wear now is a little updated, a little different, but for the most part, Mirabelle's clothing is pretty much standard Allery Syndicate fare, at least for the Cutters, anyway.
Yep, that's fair. I would say that that's totally valid.
Oh.
Cecilia, where is the crater pin that you took from Sketch?
I have it on my person.
Where?
In my pocket.
Okay.
Why?
I was wondering what happened to it. What do you, I don't know who had it.
Okay. Okay, sure. So
it explodes and you die!
So according to prestidigitation, I can make a color, a small mark, or a symbol appear on an object or surface for 1 hour.
Okay.
So 3 of us will have the cloaks. Mirabelle will be good because she's basically in that attire. And then who's ever left, I can put on a little symbol of something.
So Aurora has, in her inventory, she has something from her past. The Kindori hide that she had made into, like, a, sort of cloak and hood.
Sorry, I'm amazed. Look at this. There's a lesbian in my 7-Up! Anyway, sorry. It's not gonna translate well in the recording, but that was funny.
Oh, it's gone. No more lesbian.
I have to uncap it.
lesbian.
I have to uncap it. I uncap it, go like this.
Oh.
There we go, there it is!
Only when it's uncapped isn't it a lesbian.
Apologies, you're gonna have to say that all again, Swolf. I didn't hear any of that.
Aurora has in her inventory the Kindori hide that she had made in that is basically it's a pelt.
Okay.
Like hood and cape sort of thing.
Sorry,
But,
what kind of pelt is it?
Kindori hide.
I'm gonna Google that monster because I've never heard of it.
Y'all.
It doesn't matter. What were you saying?
It's basically it's black and it has it kind of looks vaguely like alligator skin, just that sort of texture.
Okay.
And stuff. If she were to take it off, put that on, does it seem like that might kind of add to the whole mercenary aesthetic?
You're not sure. You're kind of taking a gamble based on the fact that you guys don't really know who the fuck these people are. I mean, you can play with the color scheme and like try. We'll see how well it works out for you.
She's going to. So Rhett sees her like take this thing out of her bag that was on her basically the day that she was found. Mm-hmm. Looks at it for a moment and then puts it on.
Okay.
And just kind of like pulls the hood up.
So Mirabelle looks the way she is. Aurora's got the Kandori hide. So there's 3 cloaks. So who's taking a cloak?
I would like to take a cloak.
Yeah, I
Because
think Cecilia is the
looked
one who pops out the
perhaps
most.
out of place.
Yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it's
What-
just.
Yeah, I'm like, out of the rest of us, who looks, because I think Rhett kind of fits in with his...
Mirabelle, you choose which one of us looks the most
Yeah.
out of place.
Out of me, Viz, Rhett, and Sketch, which one of us looks the least like, or which the 3 of us look the least likely to fit in?
So
I will
actually,
say,
sorry to note, Sketch picks up. She has in her pocket. She grabs a like a small. It looks like the handle of like a Swiss Army knife almost. It's like the wrap end of a Swiss Army knife, and she like flicks it a couple times, and you watch it spin. It becomes like a wrench, a screwdriver, and then it becomes what looks like a small almost like a Jesus, like a pick, like a pointed pick. And she uses it and kind of like washes it over her front. You see her wince a little bit, but it's not painful the way that other spell was. As she like goes to the front of her jacket on the shoulder pauldron and then on the side, and just kind of makes a red patch appear on the shoulder, and then makes a red patch appear on the front, and pulls up her hood. And you can see that it's looking more now like a cloak that kind of billows around her shoulders, and then there's like a patch there that looks to be red. It's kind of mimicking some of the designs on Mirabelle's jacket. And as she kind of like touches it to like make sure it looks right, you see her hand actually passes right through it. It seems to be some kind of minor illusion. So she's just trying to make herself fit in a little better, follow along with whatever the fuck you guys are doing. So
Here's
who looks
the
the most out
solution.
of place, Mirabelle?
Well, here's the solution. Viz stands on Nev's shoulders.
Mhm.
Okay, wait. Why is he standing on my... Well, actually, no, I think I get it. Okay.
Yeah, he was currently on Aurora's shoulders.
Two
Alright,
gnome fairies in the
let's
trench
go
coat.
bouncing act. Yeah.
Maybe have him on top.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's lighter.
God, this is
He's
gonna
also,
go so
like-
great, guys.
He's also like the speaker.
I
He's the
don't.
charismatic one. He's gonna be he's gonna be the person that convinces everybody that you're one person.
Okay,
We're going under the assumption that yes, that's going to be perfectly fine. The other one has a prosthetic leg and can't see under
I'll
this
be-
huge cloak.
Hey, I'll be fine. I'm a lot more capable than you think. All right.
I know you are, but it's a cloak and you're blind.
Yes, whoopage. I already am blind in this one eye. Ha.
I don't. That seems dangerous.
Oh yes, this is going to go remarkably well.
Okay, so
I'll
sorry,
be fine.
I'm lost. Who's taking a cloak? Viz and
Anyway,
Nev are doing
anyway.
3 kobolds in a trench coat shit, where they have like the cloak over them. Okay, so
We didn't
Nev,
get
you're
Mirabelle
blind.
to
For all
fit
intents and
in.
purposes, Nev is blinded because there's fabric all around her.
Oh god, we're actually committing to this. Jesus
I
fucking
I didn't
Christ.
say anything. I had said nothing during this.
You
Nev just
partake,
picked.
Viz.
Nev just picked Viz up.
I will say, I think out of everybody who doesn't have a cloak, Viz stands out the most because he has green.
Mhm.
This is green.
Nev also is green.
I'm brown and green.
We're skipping over the fact that you guys also look as a party collectively fucking bonkers. Okay? Like, we're skipping that as well, right? Like, there is that aspect of, like, even if this
Hey.
is believable,
Hey
holy
now.
shit, you're like the weirdest group of mixed match people in the whole fucking world. Oh, and
Hey
Coraline's
now.
still here,
I'm
so
insulted.
Coraline's just kind of standing there, like...
Get
standing there.
Coraline the cloak.
I think Coraline's got magic she can use, so we're all good, I think.
This is too scared to use magic right now.
To be honest, I mean, hey, if Viz is standing on Nev's shoulders and they have a cloak, Viz can basically pass as a drow.
Very
Like
small.
a very,
drow.
Very
a very
scrawny looking
very-
drow.
A very scrawny.
He's a light-skinned drow.
A very
Oh, man.
scrawny, small-faced drow. Let's keep this.
All right.
Okay, they're gonna be hurtful.
So
Don't-
you
don't
two,
need to
so
be-
you two are doing three kobolds in a trench coat. Coraline's got a cloak.
Yeah.
Cecilia has a cloak. That's 3.
Yeah.
Rhett, you're doing some
That's
kind
so
of.
I don't have anything.
You look like an assassin.
Do none of you have disguise self?
No.
Wow.
I
Why
Viz
are
does.
I don't have any magic?
Viz
Sorry,
does.
sorry. No, I give Rhett the cloak, and I disguise self.
Okay.
I was like, I'm almost certain one of you has it because I've seen it in someone's spellbook before. Okay.
I have it prepared. I just want to be funny.
What
Viz
are
has
you?
it, but he might die.
Okay, so 3 of you have it. Okay. It's okay. We're fucking with this. 3 kobolds in a
I
trench coat.
Jesus.
Coraline.
I just want.
Yes, Mirabelle.
It's 2 fairies. in a
I just wanted
trench
to add quick. If necessary, Mirabelle also does have a disguise kit. If
Okay.
that helps any in making him look more believable, especially since again, she's the one who's been in the Allery Syndicate. She knows. She'd probably be the best person to know what would probably be the most passable here.
Okay, so for intensive purposes of like getting through this shit a little bit, because this is crazy. Who is taking a cloak?
Rhett.
Rhett, Viz, and Nev, and Coraline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mirabelle's got her standard fit. Sketch has an illusion, like a minor illusion over her. Aurora, what are you doing? The skin, the cloak.
Kamori.
The Kindori hide.
And Cecilia is casting disguise self. What do you look like?
The hilt.
Jesus!
That is not what I would have done with
I take it back. I take it back.
No, you'll get us.
No, we're not doing this, guys.
I
It
panicked.
would
I
be so
panicked.
funny. It would be so funny. though.
We begin.
Start talking French right now.
No, Cecilia is smart enough to remember that the hilt
I
said
just-
that they
I would-
don't
I
ever
would-
go down into the
I
annex.
would love the fact that the disguise self like morphs between a couple ideas Cecilia's thinking, and then when the hilt comes up, everyone's like, God,
No,
and then
no.
Nev's just like, yes.
Yeah, we have like in those like rom-com movies, it's like a fashion sequence, like makeover montage. We just disguise self.
Rat uses his coat as like that in reveal.
It's like that scene in White Chicks where they're half dressed and they're like, "But just a minute!" And they're like in the room like throwing on the fake boobs. That's what Celia's doing right now.
Yeah. I will look like one of the random guards that Reginald was following.
Okay. Okay.
Great. Can't wait to meet that guard when we pop up over the gate. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Tommy,
Yeah.
you just came through here 3 hours ago. What are you coming back so fast? It's fine.
His name was Cody. My name's Zach.
It's been like a
Zach and
full,
Cody.
at this point it's been like a full 10 hours, so you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Alright.
And I remember them speaking, so I vaguely remember what they sounded like.
Yeah. Okay. That's true, you do remember one of them speaking. So that's what we're doing. So what are you all doing now? So you have your disguises. You're just gonna walk down the street and try and like keep it casual?
Walk down the street.
Are you attempting to
Yeah.
are you attempting to be stealthy?
Sure.
Well, we're trying to fit in, so I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I'd consider this a stealth.
Look uninteresting.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know?
You begin to head along the path leading towards where Cecilia leading the way, taking you guys where Reginald had followed the previous troop. As you begin to head down this dirt path and take in this massive establishment built in the center of a huge crater, you move forward and in the distance you see the entrance to what seems like almost like the mouth of like a cave inside of this meteor, like hole in the ground. And as you begin to approach, you see that there's 2 guards standing out front. They seem to just be guards for all intents and purposes. They're wearing like different mixed-match patch armor. They just seem to be keeping watch. One of them has a pike that's kind of like packed on their hand, like with their shoulder out, kind of like just looking around. The other one looks to be like some fucking sword hand. I don't know, like he barely older than 18, with like this like scraggly like patch of hair, and you can kind of see them approaching. The one with the pike kind of stands up, sees you all approaching, and goes, "Names and identification." And as they do, we're gonna go to break.
Thank God. We're gonna need to figure that out. What is our identification?
So y'all have time to figure this out while I get to go to the bathroom, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Maribel, what does this work? How does this work?
Hey y'all, welcome back. So.
Two fairies in a trench coat.
You guys are headed to trying to get through the entrance to a series of caves in this fortress that you have stumbled upon. There are 2 guards posted by the door, and one of them, the one with the pike, the older gentleman with the pike, kind of stops you, goes, "Halt!" and peers at you all as you approach. "You are unfamiliar to me. State your name and purpose."
Okay, that's very different. That was not identification. Is it just...
Name and identification. Sorry.
Okay. Is there something like that... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna just ask, is there like... Never mind, she's dead. Our DM died. Sorry, can't
Oh my
speak
God.
anymore.
Oh my god, 7 up down the wrong pipe fucking hurts, dude. Oh my god.
Miles, you need to stop. You need to end this effect you have on DMs and drinking.
I don't know what I'm doing! I just keep making people spit take or choke on the drink.
Sorry, that was me. Go ahead. What's up?
I was just gonna ask if, like, Rhett know anything of, like, maybe, like, what we would use as an identification, like, something at the Solar Condors to maybe, like, relate to this? Or is it just...
You have no idea. You
glancing at Mirabelle?
identification is kind of like, you don't know.
Glance at Mirabelle.
Would Mirabelle know? Because there's a very obvious thing I could do here that is probably going to create more problems later.
No, don't do it.
Yeah, don't do that one.
Don't even dare.
Yeah.
No.
What are
Yeah,
you
I'd
guys
rather
doing?
not do that.
It's literally the whole point of us doing this.
What are you guys doing?
Okay, I ask, would Mirabelle know, like, idea of identification?
Identification could mean a couple things. Based on like what you've experienced before, it could mean identifying your purpose for coming. It could mean identifying who you are and who's given you access to come through. It could be identifying your position and like what mission you've been given. When you were in the syndicate, things were not this formal, but seems like things have changed. And as he kind of like taking their scruffy clothes, like they seem like new hires. Even the older guy who seems like he's been through some stuff, he looks like a sellsword. The syndicate was more organized. So, could be syndicate, maybe new syndicate, or hired mercenary.
I'm trying to think, too, how to go about this.
Do they look like they recognize who I am disguised as?
That is a good point. The guy with the pike
Are you
looks over.
Is
Looks...
she disguised as the Holt?
No, she's disguised as one of the guards.
She's
that saw
disguised.
before.
Yeah, so one of the guards that they would recognize, but it's not really important. But who knows if they do?
Glances over at you, Cecilia, with the pike and goes, "Gerard? Didn't you come through here last night?"
Come back to get these guys.
When did you pass through? Didn't see you come out.
Oh, it was around like right after I left. I don't know, there was a lot going on.
Make a deception check.
Okay. I should also say, I do have keen mind. So I remember everything they were talking about when Reginald was listening to them.
Yeah, you remember everything. Yeah, you remember everything they were talking about.
You know? Okay. That's not bad, but I can do better. So I'm also going to use Saving Face
Mm-hmm.
to get to a 21.
21. Let's roll insight. Oh. Alright. Sickle sending you through again?
Yes, he's asked me to collect these for a new mission.
Oh, I believe his party's probably already been shifted out.
I know. We're following them. We're Team 2.
Team 2?
Yes, first wave. You know what? I shouldn't even be telling you this, man. You don't have the clearance.
Make a deception check.
You don't even...
Make a deception check. This is actually intimidation. Make an intimidation check.
No, it was intimidation. Oh wait, they're the same.
This is
This is
intimidation, for sure. This is like a weird form of bullying that's happening right now.
I'm trying to be like, no, I'm trying to be like, man, you don't even have the same security clearance I do. I shouldn't
know.
even be telling you this.
I know. This is like a weird form of intimidation right now. Go. Roll your intimidation.
Please roll high. I don't get advantage from this disguise.
You've already passed the deception check, so he thinks you are who you say you are. Just roll intimidation.
Okay. Damn. Okay. Oh, that's good. 22.
22.
Oh, there you
Jesus
go. Better
Christ.
than before.
He kind of stiffens, and the guy next to him kind of like jumps straighten a little bit. Goes, yeah, all right, man. Sorry. Go through.
Go through.
Go through. Miss Allery will have to make your troop another portal. But just go through.
Sorry, who did he say?
Miss
Allery?
Allery.
Allery.
Oh.
Have we heard that name?
Yes.
As in the Allery Syndicate.
Mirabelle's
Miss
told
Allery?
you all about her.
Oh, Miss Allery.
Allery.
It's Madame Allery.
It's the Allery.
Allery.
Did you think it was one name, Miss Allery?
Lady.
Misally. Miss Allery.
I thought you were pronouncing Isla weirdly.
Miss Isla. Alright.
Miss Ilo.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
so we walk through, but as we walk through, I'm gonna let everybody go before me, and I'm gonna pat the guard on the shoulder, and I'm just gonna say, I get it, man. It's been a tough day. I get it, but you know, no point asking questions that you don't need the answer to.
Oh my god.
Keep walking.
Yes, sir. And just kind of like lets you through. All right.
Allie, I love how chaotic you are.
All right. You are through the first hurdle. You all begin to descend through the cave down. Now, there's no steps. It kind of just is a really, really slow decline. There are these little faint globules that seem to be ever burning, like a bluish green light that kind of light this way as you walk through. Seems to be decently well traversed to some extent. You notice that the tunnel is really not that wide, which makes you think that this isn't for transporting things as much as it's for transporting people. As you pass through, you see a couple small like diviots that go like left and right. You kind of glance in. At one point you pass what looks to be an empty armory. There's nobody in it. But that being said, there isn't much in the way of armor currently available. Quick glance makes you think that maybe it's because everybody who would wear the armor is out somewhere else right now. And you realize that you're all very lucky and maybe have caught yourselves in here at a good time. You pass through. On the right-hand side, you see like a small like resting area, but being this early in the morning, nobody's really rising or falling at this period of time. So it's also a little bit vacant. And then the tunnel begins to weave through and pass into another area. You see that there's these like big like, it opens up to a cave floor that's like 40, 50 feet tall. And there's a small ladder that goes up. And there's a pathway straight ahead that seems to just continue onward. Across the way, as you kind of like peer through the straight ahead path, you realize that the ladder goes up and then there's a wooden bridge that goes across what looks to be a really deep cavern. You're not sure how far the drop is, but it looks fucking far. Looks like a far drop. So you have two pathways you can choose to go down. You can go straight ahead or you can go up the ladder and across the bridge.
Where did the straight ahead led to where again?
Continue. It looks like it goes like straight on. It's pretty dark down the tunnel, progressing in that direction. Above it on the like the ladder that goes up, it kind of like, it's like a fork, almost like a V-shaped fork, where the ladder goes up and then the path goes like deviates and goes that way. The green globules of light go up on the ladder and kind of light that area. And then there's like a farther entrance that goes right, and then it just kind of goes straight on it. It's a little darker and dimmer.
And sorry, one more time. So the bridge leads over the cavern.
It's a ladder that goes up, over, and there's a wooden bridge that goes over a cavern.
Okay, and where does the bridge go to? Just off into the darkness?
You see that there's lights down the hall, but down the cave, like far across the bridge, but from where you are, it's too far to make out. It's pretty dim light here.
Imagine lights are the best way to go.
And I'm gonna hazard a guess. Aurora doesn't feel any pull like she did with the portal, right? She doesn't feel anything.
Not right now.
Go
Can I
to
find
it.
Reginald?
Can't wait for Viz and Nev to climb a ladder.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Nev can guys, they can fly.
Oh, they could just float up. Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta make it look like you're climbing.
Can Cecilia send Reginald up with the lights?
For sure.
Shucks, you just rolled a dice. I'm very scared.
Yeah,
Don't
that
worry.
made me so nervous.
Don't worry about it.
Cecilia is
Oh,
going
fuck.
to grab onto the weirdly bulky cloaked figure of Viz and Nev and close her eyes and see through Reginald's eyes as he goes up and follows the globules of light. Because
Okay.
he's a moth and that's what he does.
Okay. You send Reginald through, goes up over the bridge, and then just beyond. Can you go ahead and make a stealth check for Reginald?
Okay.
This is gonna be great.
Oh, Reginald, what's your stealth? Is
Come
that
on,
just
buddy.
his dexterity?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he's a moth. He's pretty tiny.
Come
Yeah,
on,
he's
buddy.
so
You got this,
tiny.
buddy.
Come
You
on,
know,
Reggie.
Damn, we forgot to disguise him too. Put
I
some
know.
moth.
syndicate cloak on him.
11.
11. Okay. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
keep that in mind.
Oh.
I mean,
Okay.
it's a
Perfectly
bug.
average. He's
So-
a bug.
So Reginald goes and flies and disappears up into the cavern. You go through his eyes.
Yes.
Okay, so you are blinded for the moment.
Yes. I'm holding on to Viz and Nev's bulky form.
You grab their form and you leave yourself there. And as Reginald's flying over, you can see that across the bridge, Reginald kind of like perches up on the top of like this little under like sanctuary spot where there's like a hook around the stone that makes sort of like a U shape, almost like an archway, and kind of like ducks in the archway and peeks over. You can see what looks to be a small like shortened like wooden like stone fence almost that kind of like comes out from a rock straight ahead, and a staircase that goes up and around. And you can see just from where Reginald is looking. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Also, Reginald does have keen hearing,
Okay.
so he has advantage on perception checks that rely on hearing.
Okay.
I
This
don't know
would,
if that is
this would
helpful,
be
but-
sight. For now.
Okay, he also has blind sight of 60 feet.
Blind sight? That just means he can see in the dark.
Okay. That is a 16.
16. Okay, so Reginald turns and peeks around the side, and you're happy you sent Reginald because you're immediately met with 8 individuals that are kind of ducked in this area. There's 2 in the back corner leaning kind of on this stone fence that kind of peeks up from behind this like rock face that kind of blocks a huge drop off in a cliff. And there's another kind of just leaning against the wall in the corner, like right around Reginald. And Reginald kind of peeks back, like not realizing how close the fellow was. As it peeks around the stairs that go up, you see that there is a collection of boxes and crates that have a small fire burning. And there's also what looks to be just like people kind of like standing about. Reginald picks up a couple things. There is, it's a weird smattering of people. Like, as you kind of like gaze in and look at, what'd you roll again?
Team.
16. Yeah, it's a really weird smattering of people. You see this human male that's kind of sitting on the top around the fire wearing a half mask with half red and half black, almost like carnival harlequin designs that are around the corner, carrying a mace that's kind of like swung over the shoulder, kind of just like looking into the fire and not saying anything. Across from them is a figure leaning against the wall. From the ears and the long hair, you gather there may be a half-elf female. There's a 3/4 carnival mask, and just kind of is tossing a knife in the air, like a dagger in the air, and catching it. On the other side is an archer, what looks to be like some kind of archer, dressed in this dark gray leather armor with a red shoulder pauldron. She's a female tiefling. She's got these long horns that kind of curl along the side, and a bow that's just in the hand, and is kind of like twirling a arrow between her fingers. She's kind of looking at them. You can tell she doesn't quite fit in with these like weirder individuals, what look to be like some kind of like, they're almost, the two of them are almost like religious in their standpoint, where they're kind of like really, really manic in their expressions and gazes, where this archer's kind of just watching them with kind of like a raised brow, but looks to be like any other tiefling or human being at the very least, some kind of sellsword maybe. Down the steps you see another like two thug-looking individuals. There's a male elf in a red cloak, and who's got kind of like these battered leathers. And across from him is another thug, like a huge Goliath male with a shaved head, who's like holding a pretty wicked-looking sword in their hands. And across from them is another thug, but looks to be some kind of leader. What you can gauge, he's kind of having a conversation with the two that are across from him. And it's low and mumbled. You can't or Reginald can't pick up right away with that perception roll what they're saying, but we'll have another roll for that in a minute as I continue to describe the space. And then there's two more individuals that are like really throwing you for a loop. One of them is kind of leaning in with the thugs in the area, and there's a regality to them that you're just not kind of expecting. They look like elven, but there's something off about their, like, features and face. Like, it's an elf, but, like, it looks off. The skin has this, like, almost, like, purplish hint to it, like a darker purple, but not drow. And the eyes are, like a silverish, very intent gleam to them that, like, is elvish, but, like, again, something weird. You look at the ears, they're very similar to Aurora's ears, but they look slightly longer, and they kind of curl on the ends. And then sort of like just walking up and down the steps, almost like they have like an impatient look about them. You see another individual, a male, dressed in similar strange armor like this to the elven figure that you see. With like they have a matching half cloak, right? This like black half cloak that's kind of slung over the shoulder. And Reginald can see on the other side, you can make out a tattoo that both these individuals have that run up the side of their neck. A storm cloud split in two, and a lightning bolt that streaks down the side of their neck. One of them is an elf. The other one, with the same tattoo that's kind of pacing up and down, similar armor, has this yellowish face and an upturned nose, and this like medallion crested around their forehead with a purple gem solidified inside of it. You, with your intelligence and your previous understanding of knowledge in the arcane, have only heard of this individual in books, and until recently, last night. This is a Githyanki.
Okay. Cecilia is describing each kind of set of people. She can't hear what everybody's saying, but she's just kind of like quietly whispering like descriptions of each one as she is looking, so that everybody knows about the people in the masks. And yeah,
This Aurora hears about those last two individuals. She's just going to kind of like look at Rhett like, the fuck? She doesn't say anything, but she just looks at Rhett.
Does a shrug, like,
Like, Aurora's one eye, she's always had like this kind of rather expressionless face, has a look of like absolute 100% what the fuck? Red eyes like,
It's like, yo, man. He's more so comprehending the masks that he was hearing Cecilia talk about. He's like, okay.
like, yeah, like up for Aurora, like she's just like, okay, yep, we got mass dudes, we got this, we got that, we got what now? And so so the one elven looking one, the ears were similar to Aurora's, but they were longer and they had like a curl.
Yeah, just slightly different than you. Like the same style of elf, just like looks different physically.
And sorry, it was the last two, the Gith and the elf, who had the Stormcloud tattoo, or was that was someone else?
It's a Stormcloud that comes down the shoulder, and then there's like a Stormcloud that kind of comes up the side of the neck, and there's a lightning bolt that splits between the two.
Does that sound familiar at all to her? Okay.
Doesn't seem to be.
But yeah, Aurora doesn't say anything. She just has a look like.
Rhett looks exasperated, just like Jesus.
So yeah, and then Reginald's just gonna chill there and try and listen to them speak.
Okay, make a perception check with advantage, and I'm gonna make some rolls.
Rhett's also gonna be looking around where they are, because I don't think we're moving, right? We're not moving towards that. We're just watching, right?
Yeah,
They're
you guys.
waiting for
Cecilia would know this as well. Once you're up the ladder, they are not that far. There's like there's 50-ish feet, and then there's the archway, and then they're right behind that archway. The steps go up higher and out of sight. So
well, we're not.
Like
did we go up the ladder?
No, you're crouched behind it, but they're like. Okay. If you were to go up that ladder, they'd be less than 100 feet from you. They're not that far from you.
We basically have the option of, sorry to make you say all the same, we have the option of go up the ladder, go down further, or go across.
No, there's only two paths. There is right, which is down into the dark tunnel, or there's up the ladder and across where all of these people are.
Okay.
Fun.
And to be clear, from Reginald's point of view, there is nothing behind them. Like, does the path continue past them?
From Reginald's current standpoint, you'd have to make another stealth check with disadvantage because you'd be having Reginald fly into light at this point. I had Reginald be staying in the dark, which is why the stealth check has been okay so far. You'd have to make another stealth check to go into the light and up the steps to see if there's anything beyond that.
Okay. Okay, what is Reginald here? Oh, I rolled a 16.
16. Okay, so you're boy, you're listening carefully, and you see that there are the three thugs, and the seems to be like the leader of this thug with like this like kind of like perpetual scowl on his face. Let me look these descriptions again and just make stuff up. Because what would they be talking about? I don't know. Let's see. The big guy with this sword that's kind of over his shoulder. He's kind of looking at the other like thugs, and he's going, "All right, keep your positions. At some point, we're gonna need to do another sweep, so rest up all you can." And one of the two kind of just looks over and goes, "I hate going with that weirdo. Look at his face. Can he even breathe out of his nose?" The Gith Yankee, who's like walking up the steps, kind of turns, having like acute sense of hearing, and the thug kind of like leans back against the wall, like not realizing he was spotted. And you hear the Gith Yankee go like make a noise, just kind of go like that, and go, "Watch your tongue, King Yank." And he kind of sorry. Up the steps, Reginald can hear this like faint sound of the acolyte with the carnival style mask, the half black, half red, kind of just like humming into the fire. It's really unsettling. It almost seems to echo and reverberate. This is the most exceptionally strange group of people. They all look like they got an invite for a different party.
Oh my god, it's we're just like them.
Yeah,
we're too.
Like you get the sense that the people in red with the pauldrons, they seem to be part of like, you can get with the color scheme, they're probably part of the syndicate. These two fucking weirdos at the top humming into the fire, you have no fucking idea. They look terrifying. They look like out of a circus of nightmares. And then the Gith and the astral elf kind of just seem to be keeping themselves. You get the vibe. Make an insight check.
Cecilia.
What?
Reginald or Cecilia?
Cecilia, because you're watching through the eyes of Reginald.
Weirdly, They're the same bonus. Oh, 19!
19. You distinctly, and you've picked this up from the time that you've watched, like, you yourself have hung out with Bishop when he was younger. The elf and the Gith are giving mad babysitter vibes. They almost look like they're just kind of, like, keeping an eye on them, and, like, they have their own agenda. They're here, but they're definitely not a part of these people. They're kind of watching.
Interesting. Once again, I am whispering all of this out loud. But Cecilia is taking a closer look at the people wearing the freaky ass masks and humming.
So to get a closer look, you're gonna have to fly up the stairs into the light. Because they're probably 50 feet from Reginald. You can just barely pick up the humming. And in order to pick up that humming, it must be loud. Like the kind of humming that like some crazy fucker walking down the streets of New York would have. Like not giving a fuck who's listening. Like that level of insanity.
Okay. Okay, well, I think Cecilia will say out loud, if we don't want a fight, I suggest we go down. It sounds like they're going to start rounds again somewhat soon. So we should not linger. Tap me on the shoulder once if you think Reginald should risk taking a closer look. Note, if they swat my moth, he disappears, and that maybe looks suspicious.
He's not. Red knows Cecilia can't hear, but Red's like, well, then they can't really trace it back to us. We could just keep walking this way.
Aurora's just quiet right now.
Mirabelle? Viz? Nev? What are you guys thinking?
Nothing? Maybe? Nothing?
Well, if they swat the moth and then they see us walking, they're gonna still like go up to us and talk to us and say, "Hey."
Well, that's like a
moth?
walk. We'll be like walking down the path by the time they swat. Like we'll just like once Cecilia's out of it, we'll just start walking down this path. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like they're gonna have to walk past this bridge to this point to be like, "Hey, you!" Like, but then it's like, how do you correlate a moth to that? You know what I mean? We just look like we're a group walking down.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It would probably be in our best interest not to give them any indication of suspicion.
Man, this is a pickle, guys.
What? Huh?
That was just you, right?
I'm just commenting. This is fun.
Oh my god!
What?
Oh god!
Scared me.
I've been planning this shit for months, and I'm really enjoying everyone's reactions.
Yeah,
right now.
I was really scared that was that clown fuck. Like, I was
Yeah.
like, staring at
Here I am.
You gave us all heart attack checks.
Yes, Johnny! Yeah, just like poking its head
Jesus,
from the side.
no.
Yeah, no.
It's like Joker just like pops out like, "Owie."
Oh my
Break
god.
the
This is
Turn
just
on
me
a combo.
commenting as the fucking insane freak that I am, being like, "Oh, I'm so glad
No,
you
that-
guys are stuck."
That fucking sobered me up, shit.
Oh god. I say we don't risk it. I'm saying this out of character. I'm saying we don't risk it and we just keep moseying it.
Same.
Red,
Same.
Red is very close to just tapping it. Red's like tapping his leg a little bit, like thinking like, He wants to tap her shoulder very badly to say go for it.
It's so, and you said if Reginald does this,
What's the
it's a
risk?
self at disadvantage, right?
We took a major risk with Cecilia just guessing how to interact with that guy. What's the risk of a moth in a cave?
Could be either they care or they don't.
Nev,
Parcel.
oh yeah, Nev was about to like reach out from the cloak to tap her shoulder, but Rhett beat her to it.
Red's tapping the shoulder. Red's gonna say go
Okay.
for it.
Child, if you get us
Cecilia-
into a fight,
Can Coraline
Okay.
do guidance? Does it count?
on the moth?
On
No.
me through the moth?
No, you
Oh.
would have to touch
Come
them off.
on.
Yeah,
Okay.
Aw.
It's okay. Okay, so what Cecilia's gonna have Reginald do is Reginald is going to stick in the shadows and just start kind of, fluttering his way through trying to see if there's anything behind
Okay.
this group of people, like if they're like blocking like a door or an entrance or something. And if he thinks somebody sees him, he's going to dive bomb into the fire. Like a moth.
Yeah, that's amazing! That's amazing! That's absolutely amazing! That's gonna totally work!
I actually love that idea.
That's fucking really funny.
I'm behind this plan now.
Make a stealth check with disadvantage, please.
Come on, please! I'm begging! I'm on my hands and
Love
knees!
this game.
I'm on my
I
hands
love
and
this
knees!
game. Ooh, not great. Okay.
Oh. Are they really gonna go for
Wait a
moth?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. Have you seen how big Reginald is? Reginald's huge.
No, he's not that big. He's
For
tiny.
a
big?
moth,
What's a moth?
he's pretty
Tiny.
big. He's like this big,
He's
is he not?
alive!
He's like at least
No,
this big.
he's small.
He's small?
No, he's small.
I think
he was-
gestures.
I thought he was like a little moth from Lord of the Rings.
I thought he had big
Yeah.
wings. He's like a big winged moth. Because he's
No,
the
he's-
size.
he's
What
like the
stat
size-
block? What stat block did we give him?
Okay, the closest thing we could find was a bat.
Yeah, he's like half the size of a
it.
bat. He's
But
got a
but
huge
I don't think we
wingspan.
imagined. I don't think we imagined him that big, though. You just
Okay,
said
you know
he
what?
was
Having
Guys,
an
moth.
actual
fine.
moth as a familiar, it's like,
Okay.
what do you want to fly? Like,
Like this big,
But
maybe?
yeah.
that's like the size of my palm.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely smaller than that moth in the gift that you said. That's actually terrifying. Yeah, like the size of like a palm,
Yeah,
wingspan included.
yeah. Honestly,
Um,
the GIF is what I was thinking he was.
He's a little smaller than that.
Okay, a little smaller than that, but he's like Snow White. He's like Frost Moth from Pokemon. He's like
Yeah,
white,
he is.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, I rolled a 9, but once again, Reginald knows his mission.
Okay, so immediately you fly over and
Are they really gonna
Do I
like from afar?
see
Gonna like
anything as it happens?
okay, so you Reginald jumps
It's just a
off the
bug.
corner from the from like the side of the arch he was hiding under and goes up the steps. As he goes up the steps, you see the eyes of the GIF kind of turn and just like narrow for a second. He clocks Reginald.
it's a bug. Come on.
He clocks Reginald. He's a little confused. He clocks him. He kind of just keeps an eye on him. They've been bored in a cave. It's the first thing that's moved that they've seen in a little while. Flies up the steps. You see that in this area there is no exit. It seems to be like a pit in a round circle where all of their supplies are and a fire. And as you kind of go up that area, you see the individual with the mask just turns their head and looks at you, and holds out a hand and is going to try and snatch Reginald out of the air. What's Reginald's armor
What is
class?
Reginald roll? 12! He's a moth!
He missed. We reaches to snatch Reginald, and you, given Reginald your mission, realizing that at a spot, Reginald dives into the fire and just... and your vision
Okay.
comes back.
Cecilia is going to whisper, okay, downstairs.
Walks.
We go.
You turn and you begin to head, for the sake of this, everyone make a stealth check. It's not a high DC,
Oh,
but you
God.
are now moving quickly.
Oh god. Oh, fuck balls.
This is the highest I've ever rolled for stealth. That's Cecilia.
That's a dirty 20 for Nev.
The cloak does wonders. That's a dirty 20 for Viz.
That's a 21
You're
for
lucky I don't give you motherfuckers disadvantage.
That's a 21 still for Aurora.
That's a 22 for Rhett.
That's a 19 for Cecilia.
Damn, okay.
What did the rogue get?
Yeah. Rogue's like, I got a 12.
Mirabelle's redeemed herself from her stealth failure last session. 27.
Holy shit. Why does
Natural
ever
19.
you guys begin to sneak down like it's a thin tunnel. We're now in a spot where you could go 2 by 2 if you wanted to, but that's as far as you're gonna get. So I need everybody, as you're sneaking through out of sight, I need everyone to tell me the marching order.
Aurora will be in the back.
Forgot to make a stealth check for Coraline and Sketch. Not great, but you guys, your stealth checks as a team were all right. So it did not result in...
All right.
You guys, it makes it all right. So I need everyone to tell me the marching order, just so I can keep track of it here.
We're in the back.
You guys can
Cecilia go
at
right in
most...
front of Aurora.
You guys can at most go 2 by 2, but if you want to go 1 by 1, let me know.
Sorry, Ellie, you said Cecilia's by Aurora?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if Cecilia with the disguise, you want to be in the back with that disguise of someone
I
who would know?
don't...
Or...
How many minutes has it been since I cast the disguise?
At most 25.
Okay,
How
then I'll
long does-
go, like, near the front. It's an hour, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, so Cecilia near
That's
the
gonna be
front.
so fun.
Are you guys going 2 by 2 or 1 by 1?
I'll be
2 by 2.
It's up to you guys.
2 makes sense.
Yeah, 2 by 2 is probably going to be the best.
I was gonna say either if it's you're gonna Cecilia, you're gonna be in the near the front or at the front.
I can be at the front.
You can be
Yeah,
at the front.
if you're disguised as the guard, probably have you be at the front.
Rhett's gonna
Yeah.
be either at the front with you or behind you, depending on where if someone wants to be up
Yeah.
front.
I
'Cause
feel
I
like...
think Mirabelle would have been better up front, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking Mirabelle maybe somewhere in the middle, and I have a very good reason for this.
Okay, so hold on. Who's in the front? Let's start with the front. So tell me what order you guys want to be in, because I'm moving your minis around so I can keep track of you as we're moving through.
So I feel like the 2 fairies in a trench coat should not be at the front.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely not.
You guys, by the way, as 2 of you are near each other, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's really difficult for you guys to like navigate in a 1 by 1 space. So you're gonna have to probably be together 2 by 2, like just like in one spot. Just because you gotta kind of make sure you're maneuvering here properly. And Nev, you're still blinded, so.
Yeah.
But then I don't know if
Fairy's in the trench coat be with Aurora. She can kind of like help guide them.
They can't walk 2 by 2. They can only walk 1 by 1. So it'll be
But
2
they
by...
can maybe be behind Aurora, like while Aurora like maybe helps like guide them like on the shoulders.
So Cecilia's in the front. Who's walking with Cecilia?
I'll walk with Cecilia then.
Okay, Rhett with Cecilia. And then who's next?
I guess it would be Mirabelle and a. Well, where's Coraline?
How about-
in Sketch?
How about we
Coraline
do
and
Coraline
Sketch are
and Sketch second,
Coraline and Sketch second.
and then Mirabelle third.
Mirabelle third.
Then Aurora and the fairies in the trench coat.
So
Yeah.
they can. So are the fairies in the trench coat in the back, or is Aurora in the back?
Aurora will be in the back.
Okay.
So
So
it's like I can kind of like gently have like a hand on their shoulder to kind of like guide.
So I'm gonna make sure I get this right here. Okay. So 2 in the front. Cecilia, Rhett. They're walking side by side. Then Coraline and Sketch are walking side by side. Then Mirabelle is walking on her own. And then it's Nev and Viz. And then Aurora in the back.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep an eye on this as we're going forward here. As you begin to move down into the darkness here, you actually notice, Cecilia and Rhett, that as you're moving, lights begin to... like the scones, like these like ever-burning ones begin to light up as you're moving. So they seem to be motion activated somehow. Not uncommon for a lot of magics. And it's just it goes down, down, down.
All right. Do I notice anything other than the lights? Is it just a solid hallway, like a hallway?
Make a perception check.
Okay. 16.
16. Yeah, it just seems to be like there's like a smooth floor, and then it just seems to go further down into the darkness. Like you have dark vision, so you can see a little bit in front of you, but the darkness is taking up a lot of that space because the lights are motion activated. You don't see them until you are like like, they appear 30 feet in front of where you are. So you can't see straight down to the bottom because it's dark as hell down there. But you can see little bits in front of you as the scones of that flickering green light are kind of like lighting up as you move.
I will say, Aurora being in the back, she's definitely going to be listening for anything behind them.
Sure. That's fair. Make a perception check, and I'll keep that in mind as you're moving.
Ooh, not good. This doesn't hurt. Oh shit, that's a 4. 8.
8. Okay.
You know, the fairies in the trench coat are just very distracting.
It's a little hard because they're kind of like having a like. Also, I got this damn hood on. It's been a while since I've worn it.
Yeah, that's fair. As you guys are moving through, sorry, my water tap fell off there. As you guys are moving through, the scones continue to light up. At a certain point, you're walking through, and then Cecilia, you take a step, and you feel something pull, and you hear a click noise.
I'm going to... Does anything happen immediately after that?
You hear the click, and you freeze.
Okay.
Rep freezes with her because...
Yeah, I will put my hands up. And just say, oh, I hit something.
You feel the ground under you go completely flat as the steps you're walking down suddenly become slick with grease. And you two need to make a dexterity saving throw. And everyone behind needs to make a dexterity saving throw as well, as grease pours from the walls behind you.
What the fuck?
What did we just get ourselves into?
Man, I was the only one who made a perception and it wasn't
Yeah.
good enough.
Hey, I'm good at those.
So, would you say this involves my hands?
No, this is actually very specifically your feet.
Okay,
I got
perfect.
An 8. I got an 18.
This was dexterity saving throw.
Yes.
That's a 16.
Ned, you make yours with disadvantage because you're blind.
Ah. Well, guess what, bitch? It's still the same thing. Because I just rolled higher.
That's fair. I've got my DC here. So I need everybody to go around and tell me what they
18.
rolled. 18?
16.
16?
Who's next? I just don't want to interrupt.
I'll go. I got a nat 20, 26.
26? Actually, you're on top of Nev. So
Yeah.
we'll get to it. Okay.
Oh
Okay.
no.
So 26. What did everyone else get?
8.
8. Nice. Mirabelle.
For that save.
24.
24. So everybody except Viz and what'd you get?
I rolled a 6.
So everybody except
Two
Viz
people.
and Mirabelle, you guys slip. Nev, Viz is on your shoulders. So as you slip, Viz, you feel like the world go out from under you, and you manage to kind of catch yourself on Nev's back and are sliding down on her back like as though you're on a surfboard.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
And then you catch yourself on her back, and then instinctively your wings go and you kind of float out, and you're not you're riding her for a couple seconds as you all begin to slide. Mirabelle and Viz, you manage to catch yourselves, but you all begin to descend. And then out on the ground in front of you, a couple 20, 30 feet down this grease slide, you see a open pit that you are rapidly descending towards. And underneath it, you guys hear the sound of 1,000 spikes that suddenly protrude from the ground. I need all of you to make a
Jesus
dex
fucking
saving throw with disadvantage.
Oh my god.
Oh god, is this gonna be like what happened in the Amber Temple?
Oh my god.
Can I Misty Step?
Yes, you can.
Can
Huh?
I?
You
can I
can
cast-
Misty Step.
Can I cast Featherfall as a reaction on
It is not a fall. It is sliding onto spikes. So you're not falling, you're slipping, and you're going
God
towards
damn
spikes
it.
that are up on the ground. So they're
Do
gonna
I
rake
see-
across you if you're not careful.
Do I see what would be the best point of Misty Step? Go back and try and catch myself on the grease, or Misty Step forward? Do I see a spot where I can Misty Step out of the spikes?
How far does Misty Step go?
It goes, let me see, 30 feet.
Oh, that's not far enough. The trap itself goes 30 feet. So if you Misty Step forward, you're on spikes, Misty Stepping.
Okay.
Would I be able to make a strength check using using a charge on my armor?
No, this is a dexterity saving throw, as you all are attempting to catch yourselves onto the side of the wall and stop yourself from slipping down.
So
it's smooth walls and grease underneath you.
So it's smooth, so I can't just, like, you know, put my legs up, just catch myself on the wall.
I can't, like, take my glaive and just, like, try to, like, stab it into the wall.
This is what the dexterity saving throw is going to determine. So I need everybody to roll the dex saving throw with disadvantage.
Okay, well, I rolled
because you're currently flying like 40 fucking kilometers an hour, just shooting down this grease hole towards these spikes.
I have my Starlight Step, but that's also 30 feet, so I'd be in the same boat as Rhett.
I rolled an 18 and a 14, and so my 14 plus 4 is 18.
18, okay.
I got a 14, then a 16, so the 14 plus 2, that's a 16.
16?
For my dexterity save.
Okay.
Very small question. Since I was one of the few people who passed the first dex save, do I still have to make this a disadvantage? Or...
No, you're not rolling this. You caught yourself at the top of the grease. So
Okay,
you
that was my
are
question,
arms
too.
out.
Gotcha,
You two,
okay.
you're flying this. Like, you've actually caught yourself. Nev's in the unfortunate situation where her wings are on the back of her because she's flying down on grease, but you didn't fall backwards, you fell forwards. As is the nature of grease, you slip and you kind of fall backwards. So Nev's in a tough spot, but you fly, so you're floating above this grease right now. So what did everybody get? So Aurora got a 16, Nev got an 18, Cecilia?
I got a 10.
10. Rhett?
Surprisingly, 18.
I need to roll for Sketch and Coraline.
Did they fail it?
I forgot
So
to
many
check.
banana peels.
I rolled an 8 and a 5. They go and they begin sliding down with you guys.
No.
And I gotta roll
Maybe Coraline should cast guidance on herself.
Dex
you know?
at disadvantage. I'm actually seeing what she's got here. It's a trap, so she didn't see it coming. So it's not like you can prepare yourself for that kind of thing.
It's not like a ritual spell though. Just pray to your god that you get out of this.
Well, this is by nature. We're making several reactions here because it's moving faster than 6 seconds at this point. It's designed to be a deadly trap. Sketch.
Jack's trying to kill us before we hit level 5.
Relax, it's not gonna kill you, probably.
Oh, thanks, that's reassuring.
What is Sketch's dex? Not good. Sketch is sailing towards this thing, and Coraline.
Sketch
4 and a 2.
Levitate?
Sketch can't cast magic without
Guys,
blacking out.
Guys, imagine if Cheddar was here.
Yeah, just a full horse
Cheddar.
crushing you guys under spikes.
We would have been fucked if we had a horse with us.
I think Cheddar would have saved us right now. Cheddar would have became a transformer.
Just fully
I'm pretty
crushed
sure
under
Shadow
spikes.
isn't red.
Yeah, Sketch can't cast magic right now. She would, but she can't.
Wouldn't it even, like, magic from a racial trait?
Yeah, it's still magic.
Damn.
So, yeah, it's what makes Antinethine fucking scary. So you guys begin to sail down this. Everyone who rolled under a 15 skids onto spikes. Now,
Yeah.
the way this trap is designed is it's not like you're getting fucking impaled on these. There's spikes that come up out of the ground so that your back gets raked across them as you're moving by. It is incredibly fucking painful.
There's no way any of us who passed can grab those
Yeah,
who
can
failed.
any of us grab...
No, you can barely save yourselves. You managed to, like, Aurora
I'll
managed
say
to
Aurora
take the glaive.
used her glaive.
You
just like-
pole vault. You take the glaive, you poke it through the bottom where the spikes are set, and you manage to vault over it. Nev, you managed to, at the last minute, roll and throw out your wings to kind of catch yourself here. The rest of you feel your body painfully and gruesomely get raked across
I think
spikes.
Rat also passed.
What did you get, Rhett?
Yeah. I got an 18.
18. Then you're fine too. Rhett, you.
I don't know how I did it.
Red
you
like
feel-
jumps off the ground,
like,
grabs
poof.
Neb's leg, and swings across.
You feel
I was like,
you push on everybody else and just roll over the spikes.
I'm gonna say maybe like Aurora and Rat like do like a dual whole vault.
Yeah, you managed to tip over
Or
everybody
like
else.
Red jumped off Aurora.
I feel like Red jumped and Aurora saved his ass.
Yeah, or Red jumped and Aurora just like grabbed.
Yeah.
It's like
As you begin to roll over the spikes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Everybody who rolls over the spikes takes 22 points of slashing damage as you are shredded across the spikes.
I don't think the wizard's okay.
I'm not down.
There we go.
I'm gonna put that down
I'm a
on
beefy
Coraline.
wizard.
Holy shit, Coraline has no hit points. She's up though.
What? Okay.
She doesn't have as many as I thought for a cleric. Okay, you guys slide over the spikes. You guys feel your clothes and your backs just shred. You're all bleeding profusely, but you kind of roll and like land on a halt, kind of like at the end of the spike trap, groaning, grabbing your back. There's blood traced across the floor, like a full like blood slide coming beyond the grease. As you kind of pass over, Viz and Mirabelle, you kind of slide down professionally and vault over the spikes. You land on the other side with your friends. Viz, you just fly over, and you're all like groaning and like getting to your feet with the intensity of that trap. As you're all kind of getting to your feet, you hear a small robotic voice go, "Engaging, fire." What do you do?
Jesus Christ. Is there anything we see?
The sound came from behind you, and
Like beyond
the sound
continuing in
came
the
from
hallway
the
or
back end of the grease. And Cecilia,
So,
with your
higher?
keen
So where we
arcane
came
abilities,
from.
you pick up the voice coming from the roof of one of the lights that's flickering. So you get the sense that there's some kind of magic mouth spell that's been cast over here to kind of release that sound. Cleanup
Is this coming-
enabled. So,
Oh, so
what are you doing?
just really quickly, so we understand what's happening, like, because
Yeah.
this is that. So, if the sound is coming from this magic mouth where the grease is,
Yeah.
the fire is coming to clean up the grease.
Yes.
I can make that very solid conclusion. It's not in front of us, it's behind us.
It
not
registers
in the grease.
immediately. You have no
Okay.
idea how big of an explosion grease is going to make when it's that amount, and
Okay.
you don't know how much fire is about to be shot out.
Okay. Cecilia's just going to shout, "Run!" and is going to start sprinting down the hallway.
Do you all follow?
Gonna
Everybody
try.
goes, you guys begin to tear after each other. From behind you, you see these little bits of flame just come up and go, and start to come in these tiny little bits of fire, and then this like explosion ricochets across the whole hallway. The spike
Jesus,
trap shuts, and the hallway around you just becomes this smell of noxious grease and fire as you begin to sprint down the steps, charging. And it just registers.
We're in the games of Jigsaw here.
It registers in the back of your mind how fucking loud that was.
Yeah, we're running.
You continue onwards. You begin sprinting around you. The scones go as you begin to descend down, and ahead of you, you can see.
But do we get to a point where I don't feel like we wouldn't run down the entire hallway?
Yeah, we just like run enough to where we know that there's.
You see down the hallway about like 60, 70 feet, there's actually a break into what seems like it's going to lead into another area.
We'll probably skid to a halt to stop for a moment.
You come to a stop. You can smell the grease and the flame, like a propane tank that's just gone boom.
Ooh.
A lot of you
Nev
stop.
has a little bit of a twisted smile on her face, looking back at the fire and the explosion.
Aurora just looks at Nev and goes, "Don't."
I didn't do anything.
Aurora turns to Cecilia.
That was
Are you
her.
all right?
I'm It's actually quite weird because so her disguise is still up, so she looks totally fine as that guy, but there's just a trail of blood that is following them that is coming out of nowhere.
How many hit points are you at?
7.
Yeah.
Oh god!
There's blood pouring from Cecilia.
Nev is gonna cast Cure Wounds on Cecilia. It won't be much, but
How are Coraline and Sketch doing?
Coraline's looking pretty rough. She kind of like groans and like pulls up on herself a little bit and reaches over her chest and casts a Cure Wounds on herself. She'll cast it at 2nd level.
You gain, oh my god, math, 12 hit points, Cecilia.
You.
It's not a lot, but it's enough.
At least enough to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
How is Sketch looking?
Yeah, how's Sketch?
Give me a second. Sorry. Coraline's looking much better after casting Cure Wounds on herself. Sketch looks alright. Sketch is like pretty tough and is kind of just like recovering from like the hardy shot and is already like reaching into her bag and pulling out like a healer's kit and just like wrapping a bandage around her back. She doesn't seem to be in like in a tough situation. She seems to be doing like all right.
Okay.
So, we're looking for traps.
Alright, do we need to keep up these disguises then right now? Until we see people? Because I can be in the front and disarm them.
That could work, but we don't know how soon we could run into someone.
There's something up ahead, yeah. Maybe we just go really slowly until we get through that door. And then if there's more hallway, then you'll go in the front.
Who's looking rough? Who's looking the roughest?
Me. Well, probably me and like Coraline.
Coraline's okay. She just healed herself, so.
Okay.
Sketch walks over to you, Cecilia, and goes, here, and reaches into her bag and pulls out what looks to be like a small patch. It's got like this blue and green like little bolts on it, and it glows with a faint light, and she goes, hold out your arm. Oh, that's not her accent. Hold out your arm.
Okay, I'll do that.
And she puts the patch over your forearm, and you immediately feel this faint, like, warm glow begin to emanate from you. Spellcasting modifier. Bear with me. Wizard level. Spellcasting modifier. It slowly begins to like hum on your arm, and after about 45-50 seconds you restore 10 hit points. It seems to do like 1 hit point a second until 10 has been completed.
I'm back up to full, baby. Okay.
You won't mind if I use the other one on me. And turns and
Of
like puts
course.
the healing patch on her own neck.
Alrighty. You said we're like 60 feet away from the next entrance?
Yeah, you guys have like kind of cowered in a corner for just like a minute just to catch your breath. Out in front
Nev's
of you,
taking out her like tools to get for disarming traps.
out in front of you, it seems to be like you can tell just by the way that like the light is coming out from that room. There seems to be some kind of like big chamber ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think Nev's gonna take the lead and just like keep an eye out for traps.
Anyone who asks, just say it was a rat. Who fucked up the
It's
trap.
just like, guys, just really slowly, you know? Really slowly, really quietly.
I need everybody to make
We
stealth
just
checks,
made a lot of
please.
noise.
Just regular stealth check.
Yeah, we just
Do,
made a lot
do
of
I
noise. But,
do I
you know.
have to make any kind of check for checking for traps?
Make a perception check, and I'll keep that in mind as you guys move.
Perception. Oh god.
What's 19 plus 5?
I was
24.
gonna say Rhett's gonna still stay in the front. Can he make his own perception checks? Because that was what I was doing before.
I got
With it.
You rolled a 16, so we're going to keep that in mind as your perception check while you're moving through.
I got a 15 stealth.
15 stealth.
I got, oh my god, math. 22 stealth.
22. I'm gonna roll for Sketch. Why does
I gotta
Sketch
roll
have
for
disadvantage on stealth checks? I know
Anthony,
That's
why.
funny.
Her armor.
Oh,
Which
Oh,
is a
wait,
shame,
Sketch
because one
armor?
of those was a natural 20, and the other one was a 3.
fucking, well, what kind of armor do they have?
It looks to be like some kind of like with all of the under the jacket and like all like the metal. It seems to be some kind of like patched up scale mail.
Got it. That's fucking noisy. You said perception. Ooh! Okay. What's my... I rolled a 19 minus 1, so 18 for my perception.
Okay, so Sketch rolled a 5. Coraline rolled an 11. So we have an 18. Run me through those numbers again.
I got an 18 on my perception.
Okay.
I got a 15 on stealth.
Sorry, not perception, Nev, stealth.
Oh, I rolled a 22.
22, 18. Coraline? Or not Coraline.
Coraline.
Cecilia? Sorry.
Coraline.
Fuck. Cecilia?
13.
13. Mirabelle?
28. I got a nat 20.
28.
Nice.
Brett?
yeah.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. And Viz?
24.
24. 6 successes and 3 failures. So you guys continue. One of them was a nat 20, so it counts as 2 successes. You begin to like slowly creep your way through, kind of like accommodating up for like the people who are like a little more not stealthy, kind of like just pushing between and moving quietly as a group. You open up into this next chamber area, and you get the sense that like this next opening is, well, for starters, it's odd because the stone around you begins to shift suddenly. It's less about the material that begins to shift as much as it is the color that begins to shift in the road at your feet. Let me just add the music back here. The dark grays begin to slowly meld into what looks to be like a dark maroon color. It feels like the same material, but almost like when you were a kid and you would crack a rock on the ground and open it up and it ended up becoming like a geode, like something like a vat material, more like a dark maroony kind of like glowish, glassy texture as you begin to move through. And you get the sense that
Like the inside of an abalone a little.
yeah, a little bit. It's like it's more geotexture, crystallized in a way. But it's still rock, granite, like you're getting the sense of granite, but maybe like something fancy, you're not sure. But it begins to even out, and you see a giant set of what looks to be double doors that are ajar. Who would have the most experience with this? Because it's pretty niche, and it's a pretty odd spot for it to be a thing. I'm gonna say Viz and Cecilia, just roll a general wisdom check. Perception, we'll say.
Wisdom.
100%.
It can't be
Yeah,
like
perception.
history or intelligence.
No. Perception.
Okay.
19.
19. That's really good.
It's really good. Nothing.
Wait, we'll give it a second. What does it
You
say,
get,
guys?
you get nothing.
A wisdom check?
Perception.
Oh, perception. Okay, 11.
11. Cecilia, it looks familiar to you, but you can't put your finger on it. Viz, you understand immediately. It's really grandiose and self-serving and so dickish, but you kind of fuck with it in a weird way. The doors that open up look like theater doors in like a big theater auditorium hall. And it's made out of like a similar style of wood. It almost with the red on the ground too, and all like the darkness that's kind of like protruding through, and like there's this weird cloth that hangs over the door. It gives the vibe that you're like walking into a theater.
Yo, this looks like some type of grandiose theater. I'm tired of some sort. This does that
Well,
in game.
Yeah.
Nev's like,
I mean,
Well,
you
we
are
don't got
tight.
fucking-
So
well, we don't got tickets, so. Nev's gonna walk up to the doors, but
Hey,
again,
whoa,
very,
whoa.
very carefully checking for traps.
You don't see any traps around the door. The doors are actually
Okay,
ajar, so
she's-
they were already open.
By the way, she has been probably this whole time. I'm just gonna use to me, which is a sword. She's been like pretend this is her gun. She's just been like tapping like on like different panels of the floor with the end of her gun.
Makes sense.
Christ.
Yeah,
And you're like,
as
your stealth is so
basically-
high, because like tapping a heavy gun on this kind of floor like makes noise, but you manage to like stifle it a little bit as you're moving through.
Yeah. Oh, I think she's so used to carrying like this fucking hefty gun that she's learned how to like carry it gracefully. But yeah, she's checking up on the doors and seeing if anything's going funky with them.
And sorry, just a quick question. So just to make sure, it's like this whole cavern room that we walked, this entryway that we walked into, the entire thing has this sort of crystalline look, right?
Yeah, it's like the whole space. Almost as though it were
Okay.
wallpaper, but it's clearly rock.
Okay, so it's like the floor, the wall, the ceiling, everything. It's basically like we've walked into a geode.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay,
Interesting.
I just wanted.
You know this, now that you say it, I do see the theater aesthetic.
It's nice, right?
Yeah, it's actually quite comforting. You know?
Like,
Like, I was so scared before, but now I feel, like, so at ease, you know?
see, I feel the opposite though.
Same.
Why is this
same.
here?
This is concerning.
You know what, that is so fair. Maybe it's just, you know, listen, I was an academic. Theater kids don't scare me, you know?
Damn.
You see, I
scare
was
you.
more at ease with the fire. This is just weirdly placed.
Theater kids should scare you even more if you know that.
Anyways, and I'm gonna peek through the door.
You peek through the door, and you see that there's like this, like almost like a gazebo style like platform in the center that leads out onto like what looks like a wooden catwalk almost. And as you look at it, you realize that it's actually on, like, you're elevated. Like, you peek through and you see that there's stuff below you, and you seem to be on like a top wide section of this strange theater, and you're not entirely, like, you can't entirely see what's ahead of you.
Yeah, no, this is fucking weird.
So
Why is
we're
this
on,
here?
like, balcony seats?
Yeah, yeah. Like, this is like as though you're heading up on balcony
we're,
seats.
we're in the fucking nosebleed section.
That's actually so scary.
We're gonna get Abe Lincoln. I swear to God.
No!
Abe
That's what I was
Lincoln.
thinking. I was feeling very Abe Lincoln.
Wait, who the fuck? Anyways, at least we're on higher ground.
Yeah. Can Cecilia, can we hear anything? Like, is anybody in this room?
You hear. Make a perception check. It's pretty far, so I'd say make a perception check.
All of us, or just Cecilia?
Just Cecilia, because she asked. But Aurora, I need you to make a charisma saving
Oh, no.
throw.
Oh,
It's just charisma.
oh god!
Every time. Every
it's
time.
that one.
Oh no.
And might as well, Bennett was a 2. Minus 1 is a 1.
Oh no.
There's like a.
I just love every time. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it. Get your jokes out of the way
Just
now.
I'm fucked. Guys, I'm
Every
fucked.
time Skull has to roll a charisma save, like the mic peaks so much.
I
from how
know.
nervous
I
he
know.
is.
I know.
It's that's the problem with my
I love
voice.
it.
Peaks so
I love it.
easy.
I love it.
You feel a slight. You can't really. It's really difficult to focus on it because you're so nervous. You feel a little yank, and then it's gone.
Oh no, it's another one. It's a goddamn another portal that's yanking her.
Where did I feel the yank? Like behind,
Just-
forward?
You rolled so low, it's barely there. You just, like, felt it for a second. It could have been nerves. You're not sure.
Aurora just kind of, like, looks around real quick.
I have a question. Are we actually, like, in a theater? Like, there's a stage and everything?
You don't know. You just see that
Too dark.
something opens up in front of you, and you see, like, a weird gazebo-like structure, and then a, like, what looks to be, like, a wooden walkway that just stretches out. But it's really not well lit in here, and it's really hard to kind of tell where anything is.
Oh.
What was the perception check for Cecilia?
That was 18.
18. You hear talking, vague talking, but it's anxious, but you can't pick up what they're saying because it's so far away. But and what is taking up most of the sound that you can hear is the sound of, like, like almost like a vibration. Was my mic able to pick that up? Yeah, it's like a like sort of sound.
Is there like a Stargate in here or something?
You don't know?
Does that sound familiar to me? Like,
No.
does it sound arcane in any way?
For sure. You get the sense that anything that makes this noise is arcane. It doesn't sound natural.
Okay.
Is the sound familiar to me?
You can't hear it.
I can't hear it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Perception.
Okay.
My bad.
Cecilia is going to crouch down. Are there seats? Or is it just we go into this, like, balcony of darkness?
There are no seats. There is this weird gazebo-like structure. And as you kind of peek ahead, you see, like, there's two, like, almost like little, like, tables. And there's, like, a torch that's kind of lit on either side to your right and to your left, just on the inside of the door. But you really cannot see anything else. You see a drop. Nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I swear the fuck,
Cecilia,
Sketch, if we're in Freddy Fazbear's.
Cecilia is going to cast Mage Armor on herself,
Okay.
and then is going to crouch down.
So
And, like-
not only do we have a disguise, we have mage armor on top of the disguise.
So no, that's under the disguise.
Okay, gotcha.
You know?
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I guess no traps. Just let's get a better look, I guess.
Scooby Doo
stealthy
to our
though.
way in.
Real stealthy though.
I'd say Nev is still, near the front checking for traps, though, because after that fucking grease pit, she's like,
You are pretty...
And Aurora's...
Oh, sorry. With your previous perception check, you're pretty sure there are no more traps, at least in this area.
Okay.
And I'm still in the back,
That's-
just making sure that we're not being followed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just keep
Nev's still kind of looking around. She has her thunder cannon at the ready because the fact that she can't see beyond anything is weird.
Okay. Guess we're gonna keep walking.
Who's in the lead here?
Nev, I guess.
Nev and...
Rhett was staying in the lead, so he'll stay in the lead.
Okay. You two step out.
Celia, you're gone.
God, I can't wait to
Okay.
fall again.
You two step out, and you step onto this, like, again, it's like a solid material, like this stone that's kind of built into the ground. You step out, and you see that there's like a carpet, like just right in front of you, like a very like thin, like reddish carpet that kind of blends in with the floor, just to kind of like keep you. And you realize it's helping. It's keeping your steps a little quieter. As you creep through, you get past this you get close to this like weird gazebo structure, and you see, on the left hand side of it, there's this contraption, like a wheel, and a lever that seems to be stuck in a like a stopped position. And then it goes out to this wooden catwalk that stretches out for 60, 70 feet. And then there's a drop. You can, as you like get closer and you get like a little closer to the lever, the catwalk leads out to a drop that's probably about, let me actually look here. It's probably about it's a pretty big drop. I'd say it's like a 50-foot drop. And you can see as you're stepping closer now, red all underneath it, that same red brick. And you get a closer look, you kind of like peer in, you squint. Theater seats lined up on the ground in rows, about like maybe like 20, 30 in a row, and they go to stretch out for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows. Ahead of you, there's a lift, and you can see like a stage with a big curtain that pulls on the side. And you can see the light more than anything else. Because as you kind of like step in and you look, you squint, you see 3 swirling masses of this like white light that's just like spinning and spinning. There's one on the left, one on the right, and one in the center. And you can see... On the stage. And you can see 3 figures underneath that are kind of moving erratically. Like 2 of them on the sides are kind of like moving erratically. You can hear talking, but it's so far away and echoey you can barely make it out. And there's a figure in the middle with their back to you that looks like fully armored and is just holding a sword, just staring like towards these like swirling lights.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to pull the lever, but I want to figure out what this lever controls, what this would do if to be pulled.
Make an intelligence check.
And so while Nev's doing that, we're behind like upcoming guy who's got his back turned to us. Can I gather the general like appearance from the back? Like, what's
you
this person
see
look like?
plate. They're still, again, this is like a massive theater. They're like 150 feet in front of you still. And actually, we'll pull up a better description right now. I'm going to pull up Tailspire and show you guys what you see here.
Okay. Oh, you were about to answer my question then.
Okay.
I was like, I definitely need a visual of this.
Yeah, I need a visual because it's like I'm.
Sam.
Here is your theater.
Okay.
Here's your theater.
Someone needs to stream it.
Oh, we're in. Wow, so we're in speakeasy.
You guys see your theater.
gonna...
These are the figures straight ahead that you can see. These these flickering white lights that you see here are portals. Just imagine that they're bigger than they are. There's like these swirling masses of like stars and white light. And then you guys are up here. You've just come in through the back door here, and you're all kind of just like gently crowded around this like small area. The lever is in here, and then this is the wooden catwalk that stretches out.
Okay, so we're far away. Okay.
Yeah, very far. The stage is all the way over here, and you guys still have this catwalk that you have to like, cross. It's like you're so far. Like this is a massive theater.
Do we get the sense that that this catwalk is used as part of the show or whatever?
What did you roll on your intelligence check, Nev?
21.
21. This lever drops, so it becomes a pathway down. The catwalk physically drops like a ramp that goes down to touch this floor.
Yeah. Okay.
10 bucks says this is someone's using this for an entrance.
It's less of an entrance and more of a physical way down into this theater.
Okay. I mean, we probably shouldn't pull it because there's people.
Mm-hmm. Nev.
And
Dev.
I wasn't gonna pull it. I was just figuring out what it does, and I'm not gonna pull it until we need to, until there's no people there. What's the plan?
Well, perhaps for the moment, let's see what happens here.
Mm-hmm. Rhett's keeping a complete eye on this, like what's going on. He wants to figure out what the fuck this is. And
yeah, Aurora's still like paying attention to what's
gather appearances, but it's hard. So he's just trying to figure that out.
Here's the thing: it is so dark in the back of this theater because you only have 2 skull knights behind you. If you want to try and see what's going on and actually see who these people are, you're gonna have to walk across the catwalk.
Can I tell that if the catwalk, if we walk across it, we're not like in immediate line of view as long as
you
we're
are
quiet
50 feet high and it's almost 100 feet across.
So we're not like
you would have
to. It's not like,
you would have to fuck up real bad to be seen from this high, probably.
Rhett's gonna sneak.
Okay.
He wants a closer
look.
look.
Not all of us go, because if we do, then that could lead to
So who wants to go?
Rhett's gonna sneak.
Okay.
Viz will sneak.
Viz will sneak. Anybody else who wants to sneak?
I think Nev's not gonna go on the platform, but she is going to just be on top of. Can she be on top of the gazebo looking thing?
You want to get on top of it?
Yeah, just in case oh my god, I can't talk. Just in case if things go south, then Nev has a clear shot.
You will not have a clear shot from on top of the gazebo. It is so far to be out of your range.
She can fly. Then she could fly up to.
Up is not the problem. It's distance. Like your distance on your gun is not as far as this distance right now.
I have sharpshooter's feet.
I don't think sharpshooter will cover as far as this is. This is almost 250 feet away.
Oh, okay.
It doubles your gun distance, which I think is 60 feet. So it'll give you 120 feet, which is like.
My gun distance is way more than that. My gun distance, my thunder cannon distance is 150 to 500 feet.
No, it's 150. So it says 150/500.
Yeah.
So 150 is the clear shot. Like you can make it and hope it doesn't miss. Anything after that is at disadvantage.
How far away are the guys?
Is it 150
Easily.
and then
There's
sharpshooter?
specks in the distance there. So they're at least 190 feet. More likely to be 200 at this point.
But is it 150 with your sharpshooter?
Well, okay, because I'll read out sharpshooter. Attacking at long range doesn't impose disadvantage on your ranged weapon attack rolls, and your ranged weapon attacks ignore half cover and 3/4 cover.
I'm going to confirm this.
Yep. Well, I mean that's what it says on my character sheet. And then it has the whole, before you make an attack with a ranged weapon you're proficient with, you can choose to take a -5 penalty to the attack roll and add +10 to the attack's damage. Didn't Argelia have this feat?
No,
sure.
I had it with Finn and Ayabash.
Yes, you did. I'm like, I knew someone in Ayabash had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
How far does it say on that it can go max?
Well, I mean, on my thunder cannon, it's 150 to 500 feet, and then again, I have the sharpshooter.
So how sharpshooter works, and we'll say this once so that we always have it. How sharpshooter works is it doesn't impose disadvantage beyond that 120 to 500 feet. After 500 feet, you're at disadvantage. It's like it's too far. You can like make a vague shot, but you're like hoping for the best.
Okay, and how far are they away?
Let me check.
I think you said like 200.
Yeah, I'm gonna toggle the ruler though, because I actually have no fucking clue.
Yeah, I think you said like 190 to 200.
Well, it's 14 tiles across, and then coming down, it's like, well, let's see how high it is from top to bottom.
Can't be 500 feet.
I don't think it's 500 feet.
10 tiles. 10 tiles is 5 feet. So, a tile is 5 feet. So 10 tiles times 5. So it's 50 feet down. And then it is 14 tiles across.
That should be in range.
Hold on.
That should be around 200, 250 feet.
Plus 50. Yeah, you guys are about 120 feet away.
Got it. So, yeah.
So
the portals, yeah, the gun works. The portals behind you guys are farther back.
Again, I'm not shooting anything yet. I just want to, be right there just in case if things go south. Then.
Do you have a scope? Don't you have a scope on yours?
Yeah.
That's what sharpshooter is. That's what sharpshooter is.
Couldn't she then with the scope wouldn't she be able to get a little bit of a closer look kind of?
It's not that the scope's a magnifier. It's not a telescope. It just it like helps zoom in on tiny spots. Like when you look through a scope, it gives you a better target. It doesn't zoom in. It's not a fucking magnifying glass, but it's got a little crisscross square on the top, like an old school World War II.
Nev makes everything out of trash. It's not going to be high quality. I'm going to let you know that now.
So, and also keep in mind too, you guys can't see, even from where Nev's standing, you can't see much because like if you look at where you're standing, that wooden thing is covering a huge view for you because you're so far back. Mm-hmm. So everything in front of you right now from where you're standing has 3/4 covered, which you ignore because of sharpshooter, but whatever.
Yep, exactly. That's why I did it.
Yeah. So who is walking along the catwalk?
Rhett and Viz so far.
Anyone else?
I will
Mirabelle?
also-
Cecilia?
Cecilia would also like to go because she is still disguised as well.
Viz,
Okay.
Cecilia. Mirabelle? Do you want to go?
I think I'll hold Mirabelle back since 3 feels like it's a good stopping point for people we've got on this thing in case anything goes wrong.
Sure. I mean, if you're worried about space, there is plenty of room.
It's not so much space, it's more... I guess if something happens, those 3 get spotted, like, just kind of hanging back as backup just in case anything goes wrong, I suppose. Like, I feel like if we have too many people, like, trying to go in, this could get catastrophic quick if something goes wrong.
Okay. So where do you want to stand? The space in here is where the lever is, with this like spot in here under where Nev is standing, and then there's back here by the door, the entrance. Aurora, where do you want to be while Karak's thinking on it?
I'm definitely going to be by the door because I still want to be keeping an eye out behind us because we made a big noise earlier, and Aurora's like, that group made her nervous for multiple reasons.
For sure. Okay. Mirabelle, where do you want to be?
I think I'll have Mirabelle kind of hang out by the lever. That way, like, if something happens and we need to drop this thing and head down quickly, she can just hit the lever, down we go.
Alright, fair enough. Okay. We'll keep you guys here, and I'll turn you guys towards the stage a little bit. And I will begin to describe what you see as you make a group stealth check.
Group meaning all of us, or group just the 3 on the
Just the
catwalk?
ones walking on the catwalk.
Okay.
Alright. Yeah, Nevis kind of laid herself down on the gazebo-looking thing, ready for a sniper shot if need be.
Okay. I got a dirty 20.
Okay.
14 is my friend today. 14 and 15 specifically.
15?
It was an 18 plus 5.
For a total of?
It was 18 plus 5. I don't know. I'm blanking.
23.
He doesn't.
23.
That's hard.
Which I think 23 is the highest one you guys have rolled so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 19.
19. Okay. You guys begin to just kind of creep forward. Slowly moving. And you're able to get... How far do you want to get across this platform here?
Enough to, not to where we wouldn't be in view, but enough to hear and like kind of get a good gist of what's going on.
If you want to hear what's going on because they're talking to each other, you'll have to almost step near the edge. You'll have to get like this close.
We'll get that close.
Rhett will do it.
Okay.
If no one else wants to.
Okay. You step closer towards the edge. And let me just quickly pull up some stuff here. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, sorry. Okay. You see 3 individuals. Right along, like, in the center of this, kind of, like, moving about. One of them is familiar to some of you. You see dark hair, sharp brows, this dark leather crusted with this nickel metal covering along the sides with, like, a strap over. This, like, dark green finish, and a set of daggers just, like on the sides of her belt. Like, 2 on the sides and then 2 near her thighs. As she turns and looks back and forth, you see a massive burn scar that stretches down the face and across the neck. Some of you may recognize this individual as Ayla, the figure who ran from the masquerade ball. The other individual you see is a woman, like this very tall fire genasi, like completely dark coal black skin and hair that's burning up against in a black ponytail. It's so hot it looks white. She's wearing this fitted burgundy suit jacket with like a matching tie, and then under it you can see kind of like these bits of dark leather, so she's not just like wearing a suit jacket, she's got a full like leather set going with her too. One hand is in a pocket that seems to be like always near something at any given point. The other seems to be pointing at Ayla and is just kind of shouting. And she's kind of looking back towards the portals that are kind of making these like noises that don't look quite right. The third individual, you see this massive man. He kind of turns and looks around as he's talking, and you get a glimpse of his face, Githyanki. Iron gray and blonde plate mail with this thick beard and a full mustache under his helmet that has these 3 massive spikes that are kind of protruding from the top. He has a hand. What is this? I can't remember what this weapon is. It's a great sword. No, a long sword. Just sitting on his arm. As he kind of just like looks back and forth. And also kind of, he's not shouting, but he's making very direct points. In the back of the room, and can you all roll a perception check for me, please? Just the 3 that are on the catwalk, of course.
Dang, that was a waste of a nat 20!
Damn.
17.
I'll take the natural 20 from you, Meg, because I got a natural 20.
Natural 20? You see these round shapes in the far corners of this theater. And then you realize, holy shit, those aren't rocks. As they kind of rear back, you see these 6 insectile legs and mandibles that protrude from the front of the mouth, blending in with almost like the stone around you, even though they're a gray, dark color. The head is like spongy globes, about like 2 feet in diameter. They have 3 feathery antennas that are kind of protruding from the top, and 6 compound eyes spaced around the head, and finger-like appendages that hang over its mouth.
Reginald has found his people.
They are big creatures, and you can see them. I'll zoom out here so you can see the whole picture. You can see them in the far corners here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
They're in the far corners here. I'll spin this guy around too. So you can see the whole picture now as you kind of look over and get a good view of what's going on down there.
So wait, that's everyone that we see, right?
Yeah, you see these 2 massive monsters. They're fucking huge. You've never seen anything like it.
I thought there was 3 people on the stage and then 1 guy. Okay.
There is 3 people on the stage. This guy here, this woman here, and Ayla.
And then there was a guy that we saw the back of.
Yeah, this
which
is him.
was the guy on the stage. Oh, okay. I thought there was another guy.
No.
Looking at 3 people on the stage. Okay.
Yeah. That is what you see. Rhett rolled a natural 20. You hear the woman kind of turn to look at Ayla, and you hear a sharp snap of her voice. Get it under control, Ayla! And she goes, sorry, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. And she begins to kind of like move, and you can see that she has a device in her hands that she's fiddling with and moving around with like this tool in her hand, and she's jerking it. And every time she jerks it, the portals kind of like make these like large noises, and they turn and spin.
Is it something that I remember Flora describing, like that tool, or is it a different tool?
Flora described like a rock almost. Mm-hmm. This is like much bigger than that, and you see it's like glowing green, and it's kind of just like the same color as like neon antimathene that's kind of like protruding from this device, and it's got this big antenna that rockets off the top of it, and on the side, on the front, there's like a funnel that goes out, and you see her fiddling with it, and every time she fiddles with it, it kind of and you see the gentleman, he kind of takes a breath and goes, it's not ready. It's fine. Continue your research and I will return when it's done. And I expect it to be done right this time. And you see, like, Ayla kind of just freezes and looks over. And the woman with the white hair turns and looks over. I agreed to work as allies. You will not treat me as an inferior. And the man turns and looks at her and goes, I will treat you however I damn well please. This is an alliance based solely on you getting what you want. If you forget our contract, I have no quarrels with ending it immediately, by the will of the Willbender. Aurora, make an intelligence saving throw.
Alrighty. I didn't peek on my good time. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. The name Willbender. You feel like ice water down your back. Your spine kind of sits up straighter, and you don't hear the whole conversation, you hear bits and pieces, but the way he shouts that name, Willbender. Ice water down your back. You don't know where you've heard that name, but fear rushes through you. It's like uncontrollable. And you don't know why.
Okay, so he just said, then I somehow hear Willbender, and I'm just like, oh fuck.
Yes.
Okay. I'll say anyone who's nearby Aurora just sees her, like, stiffen.
Alright. At that moment, as you're kind of creeping forward, right, you, like, step closer to get, like, a good look. And as you do, one of the planks under your feet just cracks a little bit.
What?
Slightly. It's such a faint cracking sound. The kind of sound that, like, no one should be able to hear. And the man in front and the woman in the front, they don't see it all. They kind of are arguing and bickering with each other. But the woman with the burn scar on her face immediately looks.
What?
She rolled a natural 20 on her perception for a total of 31. Turns, looks over, and goes, Ma'am! Company!
Shoot.
That's where we're going to pick up next week.
Except we're not playing next week. We still have 2 more weeks till we can play.
We're not playing next
Are we
week?
playing next week?
I think that no, I think it was that Evan
I can play
can't
next week.
play
I don't
next
think.
week.
Yeah, I don't think Evan can play next week.
I don't
I'm
know.
trying to see.
Regardless, we will pick up the next time we play.
Man.
try and navigate this fateful encounter, one might say.
Well, we're dead.
You don't know that.
Can we roll initiative?
Natural 20s are a bitch.
Well, Meg did
No.
just shoot. Meg did just shout and shoot.
Well,
Yeah.
your
Well,
cover
I think
was
the
blown.
moment Ayla. Well, yeah, and I didn't shoot till I heard Ayla say "ma'am," and then
Yeah. You saw her kind of snap her head. I can't believe I fucking rolled a natural 20. It was nuts. They rolled a 2 and a 3, which wouldn't have done anything anyway with your guys' stealth checks, but Ayla rolled a natural 20 and she's got a nutter's perception bonus.
I felt thrown into that. I'm like, why was it me who stepped on it?
You're in the front. Rogues, they got expertise in a lot of shit, and one of Ayla's is perception.
I will just remind you before I forget. I'll probably make a note of it or write it down, or if you want to make a note of it. The bullets in my gun right now are the Nithine bullets.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I shoot, and if it hits,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
If you shoot, and it's very, very mildly concentrated. Remember that this antinithine wasn't meant to eradicate magic. It was meant to stunt magic temporarily, so healing spells would be useless for a brief moment upon ingestion. So you don't know what this is going to do. You reckon it's not going to have the same extent as, like, some of the other Nithine shit you've seen, because Sketch's antinithine consumption was a large quantity to a very small space, which was her hand.
Wait, because at first I thought that she only got
Are
that
we gonna end the stream or?
I'll end the stream,
yeah,
unless there's
sorry.
any thoughts anyone wants to leave on. But that was a lot of fun, guys. We'll
Fuck.
pick up another time. But, yeah. Okay. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Bye-bye.